Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? All right. We're going to continue where we left off yesterday. We're going to try to level up the wizard some more. And, just chat about stuff and things while we level the wizard. I swear every wizard comes over here now. Like every single one of them. It's crazy. Crazy. What? Let's go to Glass Flats. Good morning, Vor. How you doing, bud? Like it. I don't get it. I don't know why every wizard comes over here. Taking my spot. It's rude. Well, we'll see if we can keep doing stuff on the wizard today or not. We might end up running around doing something else. I do want to level up, what's it called? My, why can't I think today? Alchemy some. I don't like camping this spot very much because the mobs are not social here. Well, they are social, but they're not like super social. Like only some of them are social with others, which is kind of annoying. And they don't drop money here either. There's another issue. What? Those mobs move faster than the beetles? Are you kidding me? You know, I feel like mobs should have a variety of different HP and damage and stuff that they do. I mean, I guess normalizing it can be good in some ways. But I really feel like they should have their own HP values. I might actually be a little too close to nuke myself there. Yeah, we'll do this for a little while. I don't know. I might go do some alchemy or something. I'd have to run Criddle all the way back over here, though. I don't really want to run around in circles for hours. I'd rather do some sort of combat for hours. So we'll see how it goes. One, two, three. See what happens if we get this bat. It won't aggro the skeleton, I don't think. But it should aggro the other skeleton. Oh, nope, it did get the skeleton. Okay, good. Well, I guess that'll work. I guess that'll work. It's pretty easy though, just running back and forth here in a little circle. Oh, Slime covered scarab resisted. Okay, well, we got to deal with that now. All right. Okay, so this seems like it'll work. So we'll stay here for a little bit and see how it goes. We can just kill these mobs. I do want to get this guy to 60 before they make changes. I do want to get to 60 before those changes come in on the 7th. I think ultimately, I don't know. I mean, they might make the wizard better. I doubt it. I doubt they'll make the wizard better with the update. As far as quad kiting is concerned, I think that they'll make it better for sustain in a group, but yeah, definitely not going to be better in the quad kite department. Because that, if it's better, then that's a big problem. That's a real big problem. It can't be better than it currently is. I'm surprised nobody's down here, though, killing these, to be honest. Like, really surprised nobody's down here killing these. I feel like people are always down here doing this stuff. Like, especially the high 50s. Soloing these mobs. Food, we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay. Okay, so the bats and skeletons seem to be social. I don't know if the beetles are social with the bats and skeletons. Here, let's find out. They are. Okay. Well, that's the answer's that. So what isn't social then? Oh boy. Oh wait. The bats are not social? What the heck? I'm so confused. I swear that bat was social last time, wasn't it? Oh, that's not going to go off, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Did I get any resists? I did get a resist. Oh boy, that's not good. The heck? Level 49, having a hard time finding a new quad spot. Any suggestions? 49? Not really. I stayed in one spot from like 43 all the way up to like 53 or something, but it wasn't the best spot. I'm trying to think of where you can go at that level. Yeah, this isn't good. I don't have enough mana for this. Oh, shoot. Oh, come on. There we go. Tough mana packs, I start stacking 5 lowest AoE spell, then blasting the big one. Yeah, I don't know. Is that better mana efficiency? Like, I'm not sure if it is or not. I need to take down... Oh, dang it. I don't know if I need to take down my YouTube and bring it back up. It's not... That's going to be annoying. Whatever. We'll deal with it. 150 mana for 20% more damage on the big ones. 5 by 35. Well, yeah. It's 140 mana to get the 20% more, but you only get the 20% more on like the first hit kind of thing, right? Like you got to factor that whole thing in. So the thing is, like, this spell is way more mana efficient. Like, way more mana efficient. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know which one's better. Like, I don't know. Like, I checked it at the lower level, and at lower level, it's not worth it. But at higher level, it might be worth it to start out with the... to start out with the 5 stacks. Because you're going to get the 20% more eventually after 5 casts of the bigger spell. So for the first 4 casts of the bigger spell, you're going to get 20% less, 16% less, 12% less, etc., right? So, but does that add up over time because of the mana efficiency? I don't know. I haven't done it. I haven't done the math. So, like, if you've done the math, then that's good. Thank you so much, Ketalone. How you doing, bud? Good morning, Quackums. Yeah, I just didn't do the math on it. So I don't know if it's worth it or not. It probably is at this level to start off with the lower level ones. And I think they're faster cast time. So yeah. Bought Lysandra's Crook last night. Cannot imbue Arcane Filament. Sure can't. That's why I'm not using it. I've got Lysandra's Crook as well. But I don't use it because I don't have the Arcane Infusion. You can't put the Arcane Infusion on it. There's several staves in the game that can't have the imbuement, which is silly. Very silly. So, yeah. Measure Stick gang. Yeah, you got to use the Measure Stick. I mean, the Measure Stick is basically the best staff that actually uses that actually can use the filament. Now, there is another staff that's better, but nobody goes after it, really. But you could get... It's a one-handed staff, and it's the... whatchamacallit? The Stirring Stick, and then you use that with an offhand, and overall, that's your best in slot. But yeah. There's a one-handed staff? There is. It's called a Stirring Stick. I had one, but I gave it to my friend he's on a monk. It's a really good one-handed damage delay ratio with like 7 strength, but it also has 7 int. So it's really good. Guess I'll have to save it for some group play. There you go. So yeah, I mean there's a couple of options out there, but yeah. We really should look at the math on this, though, to see if it's better. Because it's only going to cost you, like, half the amount of mana to get all 5 stacks. So it's got to be more mana efficient. Right? Because 20% more damage. It'd be 20% before the first hit. 16%, 12% more. You know, for the first however many hits. So that would just be bonus damage for lesser mana cost. So it's like getting a free nuke ultimately, because it's 20. What would be 20% plus 16 plus 12? So if we add all that up, that would be 20% plus 16 is 36, plus 12 is 48, plus oh my god, why can't I can't do math right now. Plus 8% is 56, plus 4% is 60. So we do 60% more damage. So it's not even one full cast difference. Well, it takes 1,200 mana to get to the 20%, but you have to think about all the damage that you're doing outside of that. You're only doing 20% more, then 16% more, then 12%. You see what I'm saying? So you're not doing... It might take the 1,200 mana, but you're doing a lot more damage in that time. So you're basically only saving yourself 60% of one cast. Does that make sense? So you're saving yourself 60% of, which is saving a little bit of mana. But it's not saving a ton. You factor in that time as mana? No, I'm not really factoring in the time as mana part. I mean, you could. Because you factor that in. I mean, that's time that you could be sitting down meditating, right? So you absolutely could factor that in. Let's get... There we go. So, I mean, once you factor that in, I don't know if it's worth it. Like, I haven't done all of the math. What's going on, Ice Cream Hunter? How you doing, bud? Yeah, because like the mana efficiency of this spell is way better. The other one is like 35 mana for 30 damage. So you cast that spell, which is half of the cost of this. Right? So you cast that 5 times, and you're going to get 150 damage. But you're going to get 5 stacks, right? So it's going to cost you 140 mana to get 5 stacks and 150 damage. Or you could cast this spell 5 times and you get 5 times 675 damage plus 4% plus 8%. And each time you do it, you get the additional percentage. Well, I guess you would also have to factor in the 20% more you get on the, or the however many percent more, but it's not much. So like, yeah, mathematically speaking, I just don't think that it's better. Like, it seems like it's better on paper, but it's not really that much better. Actually, I don't even think on paper it would be that much better. It just seems better. Like, I guess it feels like it would be better because you just start with the higher damage. But on actually, if you do the math on it, I don't know that it is. Like, we would literally have to go and factor in all the stuff. Okay, let's go get another 4. The only reason I don't like to pull these over here is because, like, I don't want them to pop. I don't know if they pop back that far, though. They might. Are you serious? Come on, snake. Do these snakes not... What? They don't have social aggro with themselves? Are you serious? That's silly. Snakes don't care if you kill their friends? Skeletons care if you kill the snakes, but snakes don't care if you kill anybody. That's weird. Snakes are selfish? They seem to be, yeah. Like, what the heck? Good morning, Pity. How you doing, bud? Doing well. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love to hear it. Who died here? Poor person. We can't, we can't use snake skins, can we? For, I can't remember if we can or not. Are you serious, dude? How many spells has this guy resisted? So annoying. That thing resisted like at least 3 spells. How much do I need? 375 for this spell? Jeez Louise. Don't you resist again. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Snake fillet. That's weird. Oh, okay. Thought it was the same snake. Do I get skill points for these? Doesn't say it's trivial. Hey, look at that. You do get skill points for those. The RNG in this game feels wonky sometimes. It sure does. It sure does. You know, I'm all for a little bit of RNG. It kind of spices things up a bit. But I don't really think there's that much RNG, to be honest with you. And hear me out on this. If you've ever noticed, it's the same mobs that will resist you multiple times, right? Like if a mob resists once, it has a higher chance of resisting again. It seems like, and I've noticed this a lot with quad kiting, because like I'll fight tons and tons of mobs, right? And you're fighting 4 at a time most of the time. So when you hit those mobs and it resists once, it will probably resist another spell later on. I have had it more times than not where the same mob continues to resist spells over and over and over. It's not like this mob resists and then the next time this mob resists, and the next time that, it's a 1 in 4 chance. So you have a 25% chance to have any one of these resist, theoretically, right? Assuming they're all the same resistance chance. But it's really weird because like one mob will resist 2 or 3 times and the other ones won't resist at all. But you have this, it's statistically speaking, for this one to resist 3 times in a row is like, what would that be? Like a 6, it exponentially gets smaller. So we 25% chance the first time, like a 12% chance the next time, and so on. It gets like smaller and smaller. I guess like a 6% chance the final time. It just really seems like some mobs just have like randomly much higher resist rates. At the end, the one mob has 40% health when the other 3 are ready to die. Exactly. And it doesn't, it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Statistically speaking, they would be fairly close most of the time. They might be like 1 spell off or something, like one damaging spell off, but it happens more often than not, like where you have one mob that's just like way more resistant than the others. Which tells me that the resist formula is probably off. It's probably broken. We've been saying that the AC formula for a long time didn't work right. They're finally fixing that one. They finally acknowledged it and said, hey, AC formula's not working right. We need to fix it. So cool. Yeah. Seen you do it too, but now after I get first resist, I target that one and pepper with mana missile in between. Yeah, that's kind of the way that I've dealt with it too. Especially if you get a resist on the first or second nuke. If you hit it with the mana missile, then the next several nukes will be automatically higher. So. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what they do with it. Hopefully, they catch some of these changes. Like the resist thing has been talked about so much that I feel like they should have gone at some point and looked at it and looked at the formula for it. You would think that they would have done that. Forgot this guy actually gave me a buff, so we're gonna. Somebody came down here and gave me Sal. About all your level 32 spells. Still have like 3 gold left. Finally getting into positive territory. Nice. Yeah, that's what I've been telling people. Once you get into like your 20s, around there, you should start to come out positive. Okay, let's go see what we can get. We got 2 snakes, a beetle, and a skeleton, and another. Oh, jeez. Let's grab that beetle, this beetle. There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it. Yeah, I'm also getting crits randomly too. Like that's another factor that you have to factor into these quad kites, is that sometimes you'll get like a random crit on the same one 2 or 3 times. But that's less likely to happen, you know? It's more likely you're going to get a resist on the same one multiple times. What the heck? Why did that not go off? It's dumb. Jeez. Are you kidding me? 2 fizzles in a row? Mmm. So frustrating. Get those phantom casts a lot where it doesn't say it was interrupted and it finished the animation and everything, just nothing happens. Yeah, it usually happens. It will always happen actually after you blink and don't move. But yeah, sometimes it happens in other ways too. Like it's weird. Some were my fault after I cast blink. Yeah, you gotta cast or you gotta move after casting blink for sure. Absolutely have to do that. Which you shouldn't have to. Did I bug report that? I don't think I did. Let's bug report it. Because you shouldn't have to move. You should be able to blink and then, yeah, it should just work. Combat and abilities. Okay. Subcategory. Ability not working. Target issue. I'm going to say spell targeting incorrect damage. I'm going to say other, I guess. After casting blink, you must move before casting another spell, or the spell will be interrupted. I guess that's good enough information. Like, I don't know how much information you really need out of that. Other than you must move. Which I don't think should be the case. I think you should be able to blink and then immediately cast a spell, and it shouldn't get interrupted. I wonder how long of a timer it is too. Like, if you blink and then just stand there for several seconds and then cast a spell, if it'll work. I haven't tested that. You know what? Good thing about this camp, too, I don't technically need Speed of the Wild to be able to do this camp. Because I should be able to pull these mobs. I'd have to probably pull them with Snare, though. Okay, so we got a snake, a bat, and a bat. Let's get the bat. Let's see if the bat will pull the beetle. And it did. And then we just need one of these snakes. How excellent. Excellent. What the heck? Oh, did that bat not... Okay, so the bats and snakes are not social aggro. Weird. A bat will definitely aggro other things, but it will not aggro another bat. I wonder, like, if they did this stuff on purpose, or if it was just, like, not flagged properly. A snake. I hate when I miss it by just a little bit like that. This is gonna mess up my food. so badly. I probably should save these actually and give them to my my other character so I can get my... I'm going to do that. Want to tell you I got in last week and it's such a good time. Thank you so much. Awesome. Yeah. Glad you're having fun with it. Glad you're enjoying the game. I mean, I'm having fun with it as well. I think it's a great game. It's you know, there's good and bad though. Okay, we got a snake, a snick. Wow, we have awesome. A bat and 3 snakes that are not going to aggro anything else. Where'd that snake go? There it is. Got him. Nope. Slime-covered snake resists. Wonderful. Jeez Louise, look at that. That's such a big difference. Such a big difference. Oh, that bat got resisted a couple times too, apparently. Didn't notice that one. Mm-mm-mm. It does seem pretty unconcerned about in-game. I don't know. I mean, no, they're concerned, but it's not a priority, which is why I've been saying just take the in-game stuff out. Like, just take them out of the game. Like, there's no reason to have these raid targets in right now, other than to keep a couple hundred people having something to do. You know, so. Where'd you quad from 14 to 20? If you did, I did. I quadded from 8 to 57. I've quad kited the entire way. 14. I think I was at the Dusty Skeletons for a while in Fallen Pass. No, that was around 16, I think. Dusty Skeletons. All right, let's see what comes with this. We got a bat. We got... Okay, perfect. Let's do these. And then we'll get this beetle down here. Dusty Skeletons at 17 for you. Yeah, something like that. Quarry Beetles, I think, was before that. And then Dusty Skeletons after that. Oh my gosh. All right, this is going to be the culprit. This little guy right here, he's going to be the one that just resists everything. That bat is definitely faster than the other mobs. The guild's talking about the first to engage stuff, so I'm kind of chatting with them a little bit, and just like the general policing of the game, where right now the devs want to try to police a lot of things, and they're trying different things out, and I applaud them for trying to police things, but it's just like an age-old kind of thing where we've had some of these issues for going on 27 years now. And it's like, why are we now just saying, okay, well, let's see how it works in this game? It's going to work the same that it worked in every other game. So I feel like we probably should have had, some forethought and say, okay, this is probably how it will turn out. So what can we do to alleviate these things? How can we go forward when this situation arises? Here's how we're going to deal with it. When this situation arises, here's how we're going to deal with it. And kind of go through step by step. I just feel like they haven't done that. And that's what's frustrating to me with the play nice policy, with the botting, with the macroing, with all of these different things. I hate these mobs because they move at different speeds. Oh my gosh. Stop moving at different speeds, mobs. I mean, it's not a big deal if you keep circling around, but... This is one of the issues, though. Like, I don't know if they did that on purpose. Maybe they did. Like, some mobs have different movement speeds. Some mobs, you know, have different things. But, like, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like some mobs have a different movement speed. Some mobs have different resists, etc., different armor class. But then some mobs have the exact same amount of health. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's like they kind of normalized it, but then they kind of didn't. I'm not really sure how I feel about it. Dang, the closed server's back up. Yeah, it came back up on Sunday. So they put out like a little announcement saying that by popular demand, they brought it back up. Do you see the PvP mission statement that just dropped in PvP discussion from PvP Dev, and they released the PvP Play Nice policy and involves heavy policing? Oh my gosh, really? So they're doing it. They're doing it. Yeah, like I don't know, man. Where's PvP stuff? PvP discussion, PvP mission statement. In our game, player-verse environment, PvE, is the core experience we envision and provide for our players. All design decisions we make will be primary focus on PvE in mind, from zone construction, items found from monsters you kill, to the abilities, the spells a player wields. Player versus player, PvP, is only an extension to that core. There's no plans to alter our PvE focus in order to accommodate the PvP experience. I hope they stick to that. We'll see if they do. That being said, there are many design choices being made to improve our PvP rule set without impacting the core PvE elements. The rule sets themselves and the systems and mechanics therein are meant to provide players the agency to engage in conflict, fair play, and opportunities to resolve disputes within the spirit of the server. The PvP rule sets are not, however, meant to offer a lawless environment which rewards the players who take matters to extreme, causing game disruption and bordering on or plowing through to harassment. This is literally what I have been talking about on the PvP for the longest time. If they don't make some sort of rule set like this, this game will just go into a griefing situation. It would absolutely devolve into that. And it's kind of like people have been defending that, going, no, we don't want any rules in the PvP server because we can deal with it on our own by training people and griefing them back and all these other things because we have agency to do so. And it's like, yeah, but you realize that if there's a problem, all you're doing is escalating the problem, and then they escalate it, and then you escalate it, and it just keeps getting worse and worse if without any type of ruling. So anyway, while the systems and mechanics we aim to provide should allow players the tools to handle their own conflicts, we also do not think they will resolve every potential issue. They absolutely won't. We absolutely do plan to leave everything up to the players in a complete sandbox fashion, while our goal is to remain as hands-off as possible. We still have eyes upon the world and will intervene when we determine it necessary to do so. We want all players to continue the core loop of the game, grind mobs, camp gear, discover the world's secrets, all the things that we believe to be at the heart of the vision, while we seek to provide alternate rule sets such as PvP to enhance a player experience. We will not tolerate a player utterly trampling on another's ability to enjoy the very same. Okay. Seek out player conflict, use the tools, systems, and mechanics to provide to you. Just remember, you are sharing the world with others who have every right to enjoy the experience as much as you do. Yeah, but I mean, if somebody's killing something in the middle of a fight, they're engaged in a mob, and you go up to them and just nuke them, that's within PvP rules, and I don't think you can actually go against that. We'll have to read what their actual rule set is, but, you know, that's going to be a weird rule set for sure. PvP is toxic by nature? It is. It is, and it will stay that way no matter how many rules they put on it, unless they're just like, you can't PvP on the PvP server, and then it's like, okay, well, now you're just going against the entire point of the PvP server. But point I'm trying to make, yeah, is absolutely, it's extremely toxic just by nature. It's just the way that it is. Is there another beetle down here? I don't see another beetle, so let's grab this skeleton. Hopefully nothing pops on us. Hopefully. I started in PvP guild on the PvP server. The guild and the server are just absolutely riddled with toxic mindset. They are, yeah. But that's the thing. That's what's funny about it. You say that as a player on the PvP server. But then I've talked to other people who are like, no, there's hardly any PvP going on at all, and everybody's playing nice and being friendly to each other. And it's like, well, that's kind of weird. Why is one person on the PvP server saying that it's toxic, and another person on the PvP server saying that it's all, you know, puppies and rainbows? You know, it's almost as if different people are going to have different experiences, which is kind of what I've been saying since the very beginning of this whole thing. I don't know, man. And one person's also going to find one set of behavior to be toxic, and another person will say that that's perfectly normal. You know, and you're going to have everything in between, and it's going to be very opinion based on what is considered toxic behavior on the PvP server, what is not considered toxic behavior on the PvP server. It's too much, man. I don't, you know, cool if the devs want to try to combat that, but I don't see how they're really going to be able to do it. Going to the bank and asking for Sal was not a thing on the PvP server. I don't like PvP, but people like Rise of Zek. Like it. Well, yeah, Rise of Zek, they like it, sure. And I don't know what their intent is for the PvP server. Like Rise of Zek, are they planning on being the white knights that protect everybody, and they want to do everything fair PvP, or are they going to be the toxic players that, you know, they see you fighting a challenging mob and you're struggling with that mob, and they're like, now's my chance to swoop in and be a jerk and kill that person, you know, like. Which one is it going to end up being? Like, you're going to be in one of those two categories. Rise of Zek is the toxic guild that I was in. I came over from EQ with them. They brought the mindset to Project Quorum, and it ruined the server. I started enjoying the game the moment I left the PvP server and joined the PvE guild. I mean, yeah. To me, PvP server is like the Far West. If you choose to go there, you can't really complain. The problem, I mean, I agree. I agree to some extent. It's a little different right now. The problem with the PvP server is just there's so many PvE players that only got the PvP key. It's not even a real PvP server. EA will be completely different. I agree with that, 100%. Just starting again. Had a guy a year or two ago. Wait, you're just starting the game again? Well, welcome back. Glad to see you. I mean, if you got a PvP key, tough luck. That's the thing, yeah. This is the PvP key thing. I played PvP 100% of the time. There isn't much PvP, and it's an option. Makes the world much more exciting. Yeah, it was not a lot of PvP right now because, as other people are saying, is because there's a lot of people that just wanted PvE, and they got onto the PvP server, and they just accepted it. They're just like, we'll take it because that's all I can get to play the game right now. PvP server has always been tame. The risk versus reward doesn't encourage you to attack randomly because travel time is so long. I mean, there's no punishment, right? Or very little punishment. So this is going to be a very long read. I don't know if I'm going to read all of this, but we'll skim it a little bit. Foundation. Core principles. Of course, these are the core principles. The core principles, though, kind of like shared spaces. Recognize the game areas, spawns, resources are shared among all players. So you got to recognize that, which means we're going to fight over it on the PvP server, period. So like this entire statement doesn't even need to be there. People are just going to fight over the shared space anyway. I'm just curious on cheating, exploiting, that's fine. Real money trade, that's fine. Communication violations, hate speech, slurs, discriminatory language, or content promoting hatred towards protected groups. Okay, spam, repeat inappropriate content. Okay, that's all good and fine. Account sharing. Is this, wait, this is the actual play nice. Oh, PvP. This is the PvP play nice policy. So it's a little different. PvP server do not have camps in the typical sense. Players on PvP server have the tools needed to resolve any disputes. As long as you can hold your own against the mobs and players, they are yours to farm freely. So, no camps. You see somebody, you kill them, you take the camp. You can just forcefully take it, which is fine. Like that's PvP. I get it. That's why I don't want to play on the PvP server, though, is because if I'm just casually playing the game, kind of enjoying my time, I don't want somebody coming in and just nuking me. That's awful. I just don't want to deal with it. So that's really it. Enforcement principles. I mean, I don't see where they really done much of anything. They're just basically saying, don't be a complete jerk, is really all they're saying there. What server are most people on? Most people are on the beta server right now. If you're on the open server, Rel, I think, is the larger of the open servers. The PvP play nice policy is fluff. Yeah, it's a facade. I mean, it's basically don't be discriminatory. Don't do things that are literally illegal, but in game, right? Like you can't discriminate, you can't harass people, things like that. That's literally what I saw in there. Other than that, use PvP as much as you want. It's not going to change much. I don't feel like it's going to change much. You should be able to bully a group out of a camp. To me, that's the PvP server is about. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the PvP server is about. That's why I'm not going to play on it, is because I want to be able to just to hang out and have fun with my friends. And if I need to take an AFK, or if I'm not 100% paying attention, something like that, I shouldn't be majorly punished. Not to mention, Not to mention that, where am I going with that? I forget what I was gonna say about that, but there was something else I was gonna say. That just people are gonna do in these types of games. Good morning. How you doing, Nix? Yeah, it's just gonna end up being like a big cluster of people just being rude to each other because they can be. That's what's gonna end up happening. Oh boy. Of course I gotta resist. Of course, of course, of course. Oh boy, that's not good. Now I got 5 mobs. Well. Let's go. Let me just do this. I'm gonna go get Sal. It just makes it safer. Basically, if a monk didn't want you in your raid, that'd be the end of it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, are you allowed to still train people? I mean, I didn't fully read the PvP play nice policy, but are you allowed to still train people? Because that's going to go over really well. You can still train? Well, there you go. What is an open server? So there's several open servers. There's Rel, Krivia, and then I guess the Haradrill or Haradel or whatever it's called. Hadaril. That's the PvP one. Which, like that's another thing we should look at. So if we go to Twitch, and we go to, not Pantheon, we go to, if we go to the statistics, this right here. So this is Ali. These are all the different servers. You can see there's only 73 people right now on the beta server. Only two people are on the PvP server. The open PvP server. Like, wait, is that... Oh, number of players in... Sorry, in parties. Number of players in parties. Hang on a second. Current parties and the number of players. So there's one party. Where's the actual stats, though, of the servers? Do they show that? I thought they showed the different servers. Maybe they don't. They're only showing the parties. So the total players. Players by class. Wow, look at all these enchanters still. Wait, these aren't enchanters. Look at all the druids still. I don't understand how they can justify to spend time and effort on PvP. I mean, I don't know either. I quit trying to understand that. Oh wait, this is okay. We're good. I need to just bind over here. I don't know. I kind of want to bind over here. I kind of don't because I don't really want to keep doing this area. Although it's probably better XP. I should probably stay over here and just do this when it's open. But yeah, like I look at this thing right here, and this is what I've been saying for the longest time. A number of players in parties. You only have 74 players in a party, and you have 27 parties. That's an average of like 3 players per party. Like that's what I've been saying about the XP rates for the longest time, is that clearly, very clearly, it's not worth being in a larger party. It's just not worth it at all. And it's very apparent on the on that statistics page. But that's on the beta 1 server. And you got 2 people, literally 2 people in a party on this server. I talked to Sean about the XP rates, not encouraging full groups, and he sounded fine with 3-man being the go-to size. Well, he didn't. I was in the chat and I was listening when you were talking to him about that. He said that they want to make content that is good for solo, 2 players, 3 players, 4 players, 5, and 6. They want to make content available for a variety of group sizes. That's what he was saying with that. However, they need to definitely itemize better. They need to make content made for those different group sizes, and they haven't done that. So in the future, that is the plan, is to itemize properly for that, and to make content that is made for those different groups. Because right now there's no reward for larger groups. There's absolutely no reason to have a larger group in this game, unless you're doing raids. And even the raids are supposed to be multi-group content, and you can do them with 1 group or less sometimes. So that's the problem. He recognized the problem. Hopefully they can fix that in the future, or change that. Oh boy. Why is a skeleton got to go cutting across like that? We'll cut across the other way then. Well, I mean, he's fine with people playing. Yes, like I think that you're reading into it a little bit too much. He's fine with people playing in smaller groups, right? But he did admit that there should be a benefit to being in a larger group. And currently there is little to no benefit to be in a larger group. So he even specifically stated that at one point when you were asking those questions. Like there shouldn't be a go-to, oh, well, we're not going to invite more people. Like right now, if you're XPing, you want 2 or 3 people, or 1, 2, or 3. You don't want any more than 3 ever. And he recognized that. He doesn't get that XP per hour is all that matters until max level. The bonus XP bonus have to really be there. I think he does get that, but he was also talking about fixing that problem in difficulty of the game. So when they increase the difficulty, the TTK and all that kind of stuff, when they actually do that, he's hoping that will push people into larger groups. And it will to some extent, but it's probably not going to be enough. To your point, it's not going to be enough. Like he does. I don't want to speak for Sean because I don't know what's going on in his head, but I believe he does recognize that XP is important. But the idea is that he wants to make the game so that you can't solo, duo, or trio very well. Wants to make it so difficult to do unless you are super geared, and then make it to where the only way to get that super gear is by doing stuff in a full group. So he doesn't want to adjust the experience side of things. He wants to adjust the difficulty side of things, which is a different approach to it. I don't agree with it personally, but that's his idea. I understand where his idea is coming from. I get it. I don't think it's going to work out the way that he wants it to, but hey, if he wants to try it, then try it. But I think he wants to adjust the difficulty so much that a solo, duo, or trio is going to struggle to get XP. They're going to be able to do it because the XP is going to be better, but it's going to be much, much more difficult for them to do it, is the idea. I think, personally, he's assuming that the game is going to be more challenging than it ultimately will be. He's going to have to make it like super duper challenging, like crazy hard. So we'll have to see what they do with that. Found a good 49 quad spot, by the way. Cultist in the back of Glass Flats. Nice. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good spot. That would be a good spot. Do these games not have mathematicians in their teams? 4-man is going to be the most efficient without large bonuses for 5 and 6. Well, that's the issue. Yeah, me and Sean understood each other. You're right about that. XP per hour is all that matters. Tried to tell Joppa that too. Yeah, I mean, it is all that matters. I agree with you, right? I agree that XP until you're max level is really the only thing that matters, because level is more important than anything else. So if you're getting XP, you gain levels, then you can always go back and do the gearing side of things when it's easier. Sean, I believe, thinks that he's going to make the game challenging enough, though, to where people are not going to want to XP in smaller groups. I don't think that's going to be the case. I really don't. And the thing is people will... What's going to end up happening with the mindset that he has right now is that people are going to join groups of 6, get their gear, and then immediately leave and join a group of 2, 3, or 4 and XP up. Then join a group of 6, get their gear, and then immediately leave and go XP again. They're going to just teeter-totter back and forth between group to get gear and then solo or whatever, the smallest group possible to gain the most XP. That's what's going to end up happening with the current mindset that he's going for. It'll probably take some time to figure that out. So that's why I don't agree with his philosophy on it. I just don't think that it's going to work out the way that he thinks it will. Coming from a very hardcore player, right? And I don't think that Sean plays or has ever played these games enough to understand that. He might have been developer of the game, sure. You know, like he clearly developed the game, but I don't think he ever played on a higher level like that. Like he was always more of a casual player. From everything that he's ever said about how he used to play the game, it just sounds extremely casual. And the casual players, sure, like if you want to cater the game and make it around the casual players, go for it. But if you do that, just know that those hardcore players are going to, by far, like they're just going to fly past all the casual players. Like just absolutely fly past them. Oh my goodness gracious. Tell me I'm not going insane. I killed at least 20 dune scarabs last night. One carapace, almost 2 stacks of legs. Yeah, I've heard that the drop rate on those is not the best. It's kind of wonky. I haven't personally killed them and checked for that stuff, so I don't know. But I've heard that the drop rates are not good. Sean and Joppa have not played these games hardcore as you and me. Exactly, they haven't. They casually played these games, very casually. And they're trying to, in my opinion, both of them are trying to create a game with casual in mind, and they're foregoing the hardcore players. They're just not thinking about the hardcore players at all. Or they're trying to stifle the hardcore player. And with all like the play nice policies and all that kind of stuff, they're trying to stop the hardcore player from getting an advantage because they have the casual player in mind. The beta server's up. They are Craft, yeah. They brought them up on Sunday. Did that each time I was in town. No luck yet. I'll try again tonight, but I'm about to put level the Beatles. Yeah. Good luck trying to do that stuff. Like, are you trying to do a quest, right? I'm assuming. That's always what I want to do as a serious player, is get ahead of the leveling curve. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of their players are going to end up doing that, and it's going to just make the casual players upset. Like, the idea of what I feel like some of these developers are trying to do, and that's not just in this game, but a lot of these games, is they're trying to cater to one side or the other, right? In Pantheon and in Monsters of Memories, they're trying to cater to those casual players. They're trying to say, okay, the casual players are the ones that have suffered through whatever, and we need to make sure that we build a game around allowing them to do what they want to do. But what they're not thinking of in that situation is the hardcore player is going to come in and just dominate the casual player. They're going to do it because they're going to have more playtime. They're going to have, and I think Sean understands that, and that's why he talks about having things for these players to do. And he wants there to be super, like, rare chase items, stuff like that. Like, he wants all that stuff. But it's just not, it's not working out the way, I don't feel like it's working out the way that it's intended to work out. But then you have other games, like the more hardcore games, and they cater to the hardcore players, and they completely leave out casual players, which they can't do either because there's not going to be enough hardcore players to sustain those games. So it kind of goes both ways. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I think that they need to swing that pendulum to the other side and try it out for a little bit. I just feel like they're trying to skirt that one side too much. They're trying to do a lot too much hand holding. All of that, like, it's not good. I'm afraid because Sean has talked about many times that he wants to make the game more challenging. And I'm afraid they're not going to swing that pendulum to the other side far enough. They're just going to go from here to like here, you know? They're going to move it a little bit and say, okay, well, we made it a little bit more challenging. Now tell us, is it good or bad? Okay, we're going to make it a little bit more challenging. Is it good or bad? And they're going to keep doing that. And it's like, no, you need to swing it to the other side and see how bad it is. And then swing it back, you know, make some waves. You know, got to make some waves. It was almost impossible to solo efficiently past 15 and Final Fantasy 11. I loved it. Yeah, I think that soloing should be super difficult. Absolutely. Casual players are too worried about catching up. Let the poop sockers poop. They bring cheap gear in auction. I mean, the poop sockers are always going to be there, and they're always going to be ahead of the casual player. That's just the way it is. To try to police that, to try to stop that in any possible way, is not going to be possible. It just won't. So trying to say, okay, well, you're a dad gamer, you should be able to get XP when you're solo and when you're in a small group, etc. Okay, well, that's just going to mean that the hardcore dedicated players are also going to do that. They're not going to be like, oh, well, I'm a poop socker, so I'm going to go play the game at a disadvantage on purpose. Like, no, they're not going to do that. They're not going to be like, oh, I'm just going to play the game in a full group of 6 because, you know, I can. Like, why would they do that? They're going to use the advantage of the that all the other players get. I don't understand why they think that that's going to somehow change things. So we'll have to see what they do with it, but yeah, I don't think it's going to fix anything. It's possible, just not fun. You reduce the XP the longer you play and add rested XP bonus. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what it is. You're going to reduce, like, players are going to figure it out. The hardcore players are going to figure out the best method before the casual players will anyway. So they're already just going to be ahead. Automatically, they're going to be ahead of everybody else because they're going to figure it out first. I mean, this game, it took so long. People are still arguing that full group XP is better than small group. People still think that. It's slowly shifting. They're starting to realize it. I've been screaming about it for months, like almost a year, telling people solo is the best XP, duo's good XP, depending on your class and whatever. And people literally argued with me. No, that's not true. Full group is the best. Okay. Well, you'll figure it out eventually, I guess. I'm trying to help you. And but the thing is, a lot of these people just don't want to believe it. They just don't want to believe it, period. Hearing about all the level seriousness people approach this game. It's very easy game mechanically. Oh, it's extremely an easy game. Yeah, mechanically. Absolutely. It's super easy. People confuse difficulty with harshness. And those are different things. Just because you have a corpse recovery and XP loss, all that kind of stuff, doesn't make the game difficult. Like, at all. That's not difficulty. But people confuse those all the time. Can we talk about the prohibitive crafting is? If I want to tailor a newbie set of armor, I need blacksmith copper components. Yeah, I mean, that's on purpose. They want to try to force people. The idea there is to have cooperation. I'm really good at tailoring. You're really good at blacksmith. Let's put our pieces together to make something. The problem is that everybody can make everything. So now it's just going to be the poop sockers that are going to level up all their crafting skills and just use them together to go all the way up. So yeah, that's another issue. I don't know if that's a real problem or not. Since crafting isn't currently the best gear in the game, crafting is really good at low level to make some gear up to about level 20 or so. Maybe to 30 to have some of that starting gear. But after that, it's pretty much mostly worthless gear. There's a few good items out there, but not many. Other than jewel crafting. Jewel crafting is best in slot gear, period. Like, it's just, unless you do a raid, it's just best in slot gear. Which is silly. I think it's very silly. Let the poop sockers poop is the best thing I heard. Yeah. I mean, it's just what it is, man. Casual players need to understand that they are going to be left behind by the hardcore players. They just have to understand that. They've got to get it through their heads. That's going to happen. And it doesn't matter how many rules they put in place or how many things that they tweak. It literally does not matter. Because those players are just going to play more. And there's nothing you're going to do about it. We had this discussion in EQ. It doesn't change. No, it's not going to change a dang thing. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, casual players are just going to be left behind. Period. Same argument. I pay the same subscription. I should have the same content. And they do. They have the same content. They just play less. Like, that's the thing that just is mind-boggling to me. Did I not get... I got 1, 2... What? Make all raid gear the same as... You know, and people think that, too. Like, that's another argument that people have. Some of the more casual players have sometimes. And I find it funny. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm not going to die here. But yeah, some of the casual players have that mindset of, well, we should just make all the gear equal. Right? Dang it. I hate getting a beetle involved in these pulls with the other mobs because beetles are slower even though they have more legs. Makes no sense. But yeah, they're like, just make the gear the same quality or whatever. And I've heard people that try to argue that and say stuff like, well, you could just make raid gear cosmetic. Okay, well, the casual players also want the cosmetic stuff. How does that change anything? You know? It's just the entire argument is just silly. All of it's just silly. People are going to put in more time than you, and you need to just understand that if they put in more time than you, you're going to get left behind. It is what it is. That's why, like, the rested XP bonuses and stuff, I get it. They do stuff like that in Final Fantasy and in, I think even World of Warcraft has the rested XP bonus, doesn't it? And I get it. I get that, okay, well, you can't play as much, so you don't want to get left behind XP-wise. You're already going to be left behind gear-wise. But, yeah. Yeah, Pantheon added a rested XP bonus. Yeah, they're trying to cater to the casuals and try to be like, okay, the casuals are going to keep up. They're not going to keep up, guys. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. World of Warcraft had it on launch. Yeah. So it's, you know, to think that that's going to solve anything is mind-boggling. But to the point that Just Let Me Play made a minute ago, XP is the most valuable thing in these games. And that proves it. If they had to put a rested XP bonus in all of these other MMOs, it just proves that it's the most valuable thing. They didn't put in a rested loot bonus, right? They didn't put something like that in the game to be like, okay, well, if you have this, if you log out at an inn, it means that you have a higher drop chance of an item when you go and kill mobs later. No, they didn't do that. Because XP is what's the most valuable thing, right? Games like ESO do stuff where gear is less important and overall player skill is much larger portion of DPS. Yeah, well, that's a way you can go as well. But the thing is about games like this is people don't want to have that skill-based gameplay. They want to have the casual, be able to chat with their friends kind of gameplay. I'm all for skill-based gameplay in the right game, but you know, that's not what this game is about. This game is supposed to be a social game, and if you take away the social aspect of it, then what do you have left? Like, the whole point of the game is to be social. It's to bring back that social socialization that we had in EverQuest and in those old school games. In Left Behind is one way to put it, but I'd say in this game, you get what you put in. Well, yeah, that's it's just a different way to say the same thing, Nova. Absolutely, it's just a different way to say the same thing. You get out of the game what you put into the game. If you're willing to put more time and effort into the game, you're going to get a lot more out of it. And I think that they are building a game that allows for that, but it's difficult for some of the casual players to understand that. They just don't get it. I mean, do they go to work every day and are like, I can work a half day, but I get paid the same? Or, you know, like, no, the more, if you don't work, you're not going to get paid, right? So you have to put in the effort to get the reward. So they definitely know that, I would imagine. Work never seems to agree. They don't agree. They don't agree. Who exactly is leaving these people behind, and why do they care? Well, what's happening is you have the players that spend 15 hours a day. This is why you have these players, these casual players that hate content creators and streamers. It's because they sit there and play the game longer. Like, that's it. You can hate on them all you want, but they play the game more than you. Like, what do you expect? Somebody said it the other day about like athletes. You know, hey guys, I'm a dad athlete. Therefore, we can only work out in the gym for 1 hour a day. You're not allowed to work out any longer. You're not allowed to have more access to the gym than I am, because you're not allowed to be a better athlete than me. Like, the entire concept of it is just kind of ridiculous. You know, we're gonna start limiting people's playtime. Oh, you're only allowed to play Monsters and Memories for 3 hours a day. Then you have to play a different character, or you have to log out. Like, I feel like that's kind of the direction that some of these people want to go, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if people want to ruin their lives playing a video game all day, Let them ruin their life. They'll figure it out. In 10 years from now, you're going to be the one that actually still has a job and a family. They're not. Like, I mean, I know it sounds harsh, but it's the truth. The gym comparison is only flawed in that the complainers aren't asking them to restrict how often the other people work out. They're more asking the GMs to allow them to use steroids. Yeah. Kind of pity. Yeah. I could see that too. A lot of these casual people pushing these ideas are bailing for Classic Plus as soon as it's out. Yeah. Even if you make the game casual for them. Yeah. That's absolutely it. That is it. But I don't know, man. I'm kind of torn on the whole thing. I get that we need the casual players, but you also need the hardcore players. And you need to understand that there's a difference in the player base between those. Those casual players that are just kind of... Here's another thing that's really funny about it, too. I've seen people that are just like, I'm a dad gamer, I only have a couple hours to play. And then you see them online all the time. They're like, well, I can't actually do anything. Well, yeah, but you're here. You could sit there and you could play the auction house in town. Buy, sell, trade, and stuff in town. It's a different way to play. Maybe it's not what you enjoy, but that gives you an advantage. Gives you a huge advantage. Because if you're constantly playing that, you know, I'm going to buy this item and I'm going to resell it for more. I'm going to buy that item, I'm going to resell it, and you just keep doing stuff like that. You could actually gear up your character. I had people when we were XPing on this beta server, there were people in their 20s when I was in my like 40s and 50s that were better geared than I was. Simply because they sat in town and just bought and traded goods in town. And they had better gear. They didn't have the XP that I did, clearly, but they had better gear. And that's because they were just around like in town and just kind of talking to people, and like that's huge. Huge. That's why I like the skill-based stuff. I can practice 15 minutes a day and perform at top end in ESO type of thing. Yeah, sometimes. But then there's going to be players that are just going to be better than you, right? Which, it's skill. Do you get mad when somebody can play a piano better than you, or, you know, somebody can play tennis better than you? People that get mad about that kind of stuff, just, I don't understand. Oh, why is it that they can play? Why is it that they can do that thing better than I can? That's not fair. They put in more practice and more effort? I don't know. They spent their entire life doing it? I mean, lots of people can't stop comparing themselves to enjoy the game. Exactly, Dream. That's the thing. People compare themselves to everyone else. They're constantly comparing themselves. Content creators do it too. You know, I'll talk about it like on my side of things. A lot of us content creators, we look at ourselves and then we look at another content creator. Well, why do they have more viewers than I do? They're terrible. They have no personality. They're terrible at the game. They're whatever it is. Why do they have more viewers? Well, you know. Who knows? Focus practice goes a lot farther, like 15 minutes a day. Practicing guitar goes a long way. It does, yeah. Answer to people complaining about others being better. Try harder, lazy bum. I mean, yeah. It's you got to put in more effort. If you want to be better at something, you have to put in the effort. If you're not willing to put in the effort, they will always be better than you. Period. Like there's absolutely no denying that. Like, you can be super skilled, sure. You can be like for example, you're talking about somebody like Michael Jordan versus the rest of NBA players back in his heyday, right? He just was skilled. But did he put in the effort? Absolutely. I guarantee you that he was on the court, 10 hours a day, just constantly, shooting free throws and trying to do 3-point shots and, practicing his dribbling and going to the gym and running circles or whatever kind of conditioning he did. I have no idea what kind of conditioning he did, but I guarantee you he put in the effort. Now, did somebody else put in more effort and Michael Jordan was just better? Yeah, probably. That happens too. And that's just a skill thing. You're just not always going to be a skill to somebody else. But I guarantee you, if you don't put in the effort, you won't be better. Like, you have to put in some effort. Got to practice for sure. No one is naturally going to be good enough. Just play NBA. Exactly. I mean, you could be built for it. Michael Phelps was built for swimming. Like if you ever actually looked into his measurements, he was just built for swimming. He's got longer arms and a bigger torso and shorter legs. He's built for swimming. There's other people that have longer legs and shorter arms and torso. They're built for running. Some people are built for certain types of things, sure. But that doesn't mean you can't be competitive by putting in the effort. And they still had to practice. They still have to practice. Like, if he just ate bonbons all day, I don't think that Michael Phelps would be a world champion swimmer. Michael Jordan was good at basketball, but he sucked at baseball. He was terrible at baseball. And guess what? It's probably he was very athletic, so he was better than the average person at baseball. However, he put in way more practice into basketball, so it made him better at basketball. He sold tickets. He did sell tickets. That's why they put him on the team. I remember that. And he also sold baseball cards. I remember specifically going out and trying to get his rookie baseball card. I think I still have his rookie baseball card. Somewhere. I got a bunch of baseball cards from when I was a kid that are not worth anything. Maybe one day they'll be worth something, but I doubt it. I was a 90s kid. Well, a 90s baseball kid, which is when everybody collected baseball cards. Michael Jordan rookie baseball card is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was cool at the time. I've got it somewhere. Wasn't he like 40 years old, though, when he started baseball? We need to limit credit hours needed to get a degree. Simply unfair. Yeah. Let's see. How old was Michael Jordan? Let's go to Google. When he started baseball. 31? MLB. There we go. 31 years old. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean that's still several years left in for athletes. I mean most. I would say that some athletes can push like 40, but after 40 they can't really play anymore. The man just wanted to follow after his follow. Yeah, I mean I respect him for sure. Some say Jordan got a 2-year ban from the NBA for gambling, and his baseball tour was the cover. Oh, you think so? I don't think that Michael Jordan ever needed to gamble, though. I mean, the need to gamble and the want to gamble are different things, so maybe he just wanted to and he got caught. Who knows? LeBron's still playing at 41? Yeah, and he probably should retire pretty soon. I mean, you can push the 40s. You can. But most athletes, they start stopping around at like 40. I mean, there have been a few quarterbacks that made it to like in their like 45 or so. Like how old was what's his name that retired like 15 times? Oops. Tom Brady. Yeah, Tom Brady. He retired multiple times. Wasn't he like 45 or something when he finally, the last time he retired? He had a gambling addiction. I think a lot of people with just a lot of expendable money have gambling addictions because they want to figure out, they want to get something, Was he 41? Brett 5? I don't know how old he was either. I feel like quarterbacks can make it a little bit longer, and that's probably because they're not getting hit as much. That's just my guess. I don't know enough about sports, about the old sports ball, but a quarterback doesn't take nearly as many hits as the other players do. So I imagine that that they can last a little longer in sports. Stories of players with Jordan saying he'd make bets out of anything. Yeah. He was a competitive dude, and some people just, I guess, gambling goes along with competitiveness. I don't know. I'm not much of a gambler. I mean, I've done a few things here and there, like played a little bit of craps one time. I played blackjack a little bit, but like it's never something that I've sought after. I guess I'm too worried about losing the money. Although I'll put money in like some stocks and stuff, which is some also consider that gambling. But I feel like that's more educated gambling. At Vegas with a group, we sat down at a Pi Gal poker table. Yeah, like that. See, I mean, sometimes it can be fun, right? Want a few $100? Nice. Yeah, I went on a cruise, and I went in and I had a $20 bill, and I'm like, this is my gambling money. And that's literally all I spent. I went up a little bit and then down a little bit and up a little bit. I think I ended up leaving with like $18 or something. I think overall, I lost $2, but I had fun doing it, right? But I went in. If I lost this $20, I was out. I was done. I wasn't going to add any more to it, and that's how I deal with gambling. Although I guess technically I was up because I also won like a free drink at one thing, like just a free drink that I could get anywhere on the cruise ship. I won like another thing that was like a token to do something else. So yeah, I got a few things like that. We won a bottle of wine one time. So overall I was probably up a little bit. technically. Yeah, I'm just not a big gambler. But I will play the stocks. Speaking of, let's see. How are stocks doing today? Anybody check? Anybody else a stock person? Mine is not loading. What the heck? Load. Load app. Yesterday was a good day. Was a good day for stocks. Today is an okay day so far. Just sold all my stocks last night. I started in January investing in SanDisk. Made a buttload. Yeah? Wait, you started in January and you just sold it all yesterday? You didn't stay in very long. Is it SanDisk? Is that what I thought it was ScanDisk for some reason? Is SanDisk? Okay. Yeah, I remember using all their what are they called? Their micro SD cards. I had a bunch of those. I think I use Samsung micro SD cards now. What do I use for investing? Fidelity. I use the Fidelity app. Not sponsored by Fidelity, by the way. Stream is not sponsored by anybody, in fact. If there's anybody out there that wants to sponsor, let me know. I will, I'll take you up on that. Blowing up because of the high demand for AI data centers? Yeah. I got into NVIDIA several years ago. Well, I got into NVIDIA a little bit several years ago. A lot of it a couple years ago. So that's where most of my stuff is right now. We'll see if it flops though. It might. NVIDIA could definitely crash at any moment. But it could also keep going. NVIDIA is a good one. I made a bunch of money from them too. I just got too scared for it to grow too. Yeah, it's been growing. It's been growing too fast, and it's like, can they keep up with this? That's where the predictions are going to come in. Like, you gotta. I don't know what's going to happen with that, man. Like, I'm a little bit nervous about NVIDIA right now. Like, are they going to be able to keep up with the demand? We'll see. We'll see. You know, I just thought about this. Somebody's asking me about the glyph system for the wizards. And I actually was thinking, so if you use the glyphs, then the cast time is going to be shorter, right? But the glyphs are instant cast. So for quad kiting, if I'm going to be using the glyphs, I can actually use the glyphs while I'm moving and then stop to do the actual cast, which is going to be a shorter cast time. So you can actually quad kite easier with the glyphs because they're instant cast time. That's actually an interesting way to play. I'm wondering if that'd be better. You're invested in Rumble stock? What's Rumble stock? Is that confirmed? Is what confirmed? The cast time being shorter? Yes, that is confirmed. Absolutely. It's going to be instant. So using a glyph is instant. And using a catalyst is instant. The cast time, though, will be shorter. Heard there's a small cast time for each glyph. No. I don't think there's a small cast time. That I don't know. I thought they were supposed to be instant. We could look in a second. We'll double check, but I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be instant. Because I remember seeing that somewhere. That they were. Help make your stock go up. Don't take stock advice from me, guys. I am not your stockbroker. I don't mind chatting about it. Like I have no problems discussing stocks and such, but like if I'm not a doctor, so don't take medical advice from me. Don't take financial advice from me either. You invest your money where you want to invest it. Or not. I will tell you this, though. The only financial advice I'll give is if you don't invest it, if you don't do something with it, it won't grow. If it just sits in a checking account and you just keep spending it, it's not going to get bigger. Like that, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. You could put it into like a high yield savings account, sure, but that's a whole other situation. But if you don't put it in something, it will not grow. It'll just stagnate. That's the worst thing you could do. Well, I mean, I guess technically the worst thing you could do is put it in something and lose all the money. So that could happen too. Sounds like that's what she said joke. Kind of is, yeah. If you don't stick it in something, it won't do anything. Oh my gosh. If it works like Bard's song, which is a glyph, then if it's 0.1 or 0.2 second cast would be awesome. I'm pretty sure they said it was instant cast. We'll go double check on it, Clark. But I'm pretty sure it's an instant. The glyphs and the catalysts themselves are all instant cast. Crapper's full, Clark. Sure is. All right, let me buff up real quick. We'll go look at that. I want to keep all my buffs on the same timer. So where we saw that was under announcements. They have the same cooldowns, etc. Incantations can work longer spells. Okay, so that's that. Fizzle. So they don't fizzle. Glyphs don't fizzle, which is good to know. Cast time right here. Incantations do have a short. So incantations do have a short cast time for each glyph, and the spell catalyst is instant. Okay, so the spell catalyst is instant. So you have to do glyph, and then instant catalyst. Okay. So yes, each glyph will have a short cast time. When you use an incantation to cast a spell, we understand that it takes a little time to input each glyph to activate it with the catalyst. So yeah, if these glyphs though, we'll have to see how it plays out with that. Let's say each glyph is a 1 second, right? 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, instant. Do they take off 3 seconds off the cast time? Or are they going to take off 4 seconds off the cast time or 5 seconds off the cast time? Because you gotta factor in, this is a 4.5 second cast time for this spell, for example. If each one of those glyphs takes off 1 second, if they take 1 second each, and they take that off of the thing, so that means that this is a 1.5 second cast time. Well, it still takes time to hit each glyph, to manually press each glyph, which means that it's going to take longer to then cast it. So then they have to take off more time from the cast time. So yeah, we'll have to see what they do with it. Question and answer. Incantations have a short cast time each glyph? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember as well. It would be cool if they made it so that you can move during the glyph cast, but not the spell cast. That would be interesting, yeah. It would definitely be interesting. How much damage are you getting from your int? So at 42... I say it's about 1% per 15 int. 1% more damage. It's approximate. I don't know the exact numbers. I don't think anybody has the exact numbers, but approximately 1% more damage per 15. So I'm getting like 14% right now. Or, sorry, almost 10% more damage. Approximately. I can tell you here in just a second. We'll do a nuke. So right now this is 675 damage. So when I do my first nuke, I'll tell you how much damage it does. It'll be over here on the right-hand side. So it'll be about 10% more than that. So about 67 damage over that, which would be about 800 and something, approximately. Okay, so let's do a nuke here. So 675, or sorry, about 700 and something. We are doing 762 damage with a base of 675 damage. So that's how much more damage I am doing from my int. However much that is. Uh-oh, we had a resist on the bat. Row. Dang old bat. Oh, and the skeleton? We're gonna have to do this a weird way. Doink. There you go. Do AoEs crit? Yes, they do, or they can. Oh my gosh, dude. How fleshed out are the elf side zones? Very, yeah, very fleshed out. There's a lot to do over there, especially in Evershade, Weld, and Keeper's Bite. There's quite a bit of stuff, quite a bit of content over there. Scarwood, not so much. And then you also have a couple dungeons over there now too. So you have Black Tide Bay, which has a lot of stuff in it. And then you have Glinting Hollow, which is an interesting dungeon. It's a different take. Do things differently over there. You got to actually key yourself up. You got to, like, you go in the first area, you have to get a key to get to the second area, and then a key from the second area to get to the third, and then so on all the way up to the fifth. Did they add in a sixth to Glinting Hollow yet? I can't remember if they added that sixth area in or not. They may have. I think I'm only keyed to 5. The 6th floor is full of beholders and myconids. Nice. Yeah, I haven't been in there yet. I need to check that out at some point. Gotta get in there and check it out. Bum, bum, bum. What am I doing here? Estar, we should probably get the key to the raid boss thing. More people to have that key might be nice. Kind of a pain in the butt to go camp that, though. I need to do that, and I need to do my trade skills. And I need to level up this guy. So much to do. So much to do and so little time. I love that people, there's people out there that are like, I played for 600 hours and I don't have anything else to do. And it's like, yeah, you kind of do, though. You know, those people are the ones that I hate the most out of these games. I'm actually going to not get the beetle. I don't like the beetles. The reason I don't like those people... Oops. The reason I don't like those people that are like, I put in 600 hours in the game and I have nothing else to do. Those are the people that oftentimes get all the gear and stuff. They have other people help them get gear. They get completely geared out, and then they are like, I have nothing to do because I'm not going to help anybody else get gear. Like, they have zero intentions of helping other players. Even though they were probably helped themselves. People like that are terrible. Especially when it comes to like raid targets and stuff. And it's not everyone, but just a few here and there. Oh my goodness. One more level. Well, a little less than 3 more yellow bubbles, and we'll have a new AoE nuke that is slightly more mana efficient. I was gonna start that Monarch Rise of the Monsters or whatever it's called, season 2 yesterday, but I ended up not doing it. I took a nap. Whew, the snoozles, the sneezels. Need to make some more videos on different things, like the I I need to do that enchanting video that I never got around to doing. Need to get on that. Okay, let's go get some more mobs here. We got a bat. We got a couple of snakes. I don't want the beetles. I guess we'll have to get this beetle, though. Otherwise, we'll end up... one snake. Come on, other snake. Can't we make all these things move at the same speed? Yay! Another successful quad kite. Woo! We did it. What other fun stuff can we read up on the old Discord today? Any other good things happening? Offline trading makes the game feel less alive. What? Offline trading? This feature either needs to have massive disadvantages like 50% consignment fee or not introduced at all. Removing the... Yeah, there is no offline consignment. Like, I don't... Let's just say player to player. There we go. Hopefully that answers that question. Who knows? Who knows? People get so confused by some of the things that Sean says. Like, it's... I don't know if it's like a language barrier or what exactly is causing the confusion. But they get really confused by some of the things that he says. Oh, shoot. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Dun, 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 dun. Round and round and round we go. What? This silly scarab? I think it must have resisted a couple times. I don't know. It lost its bonus. It lost the damage bonus, which is weird. Very, very weird. I'm not sure what I want to do, though, today. Like, I want to do something fun, but I can't think of anything else that I really need to do in-game. You know? So we're just going to basically do this. My hair's sticking up like crazy today, too. I don't know what's happening. Oh, we can use this. I hope they get some new VFX in soon. Like more casting visuals and all that stuff. Love to see more of that. There's a group at Stables. Bleh. They suck. And we have a way Are you in game right now? Dung Beetle is saying that you're standing in a bad spot. Isar. It's a bug. Oh, is it the invis bug? You got Stables a gate? He said that your gate failed. But I don't know. It did not? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm just relaying the message. Okay, I want to get these two snakes. But I feel like if I get this snake, it's going to pull the beetle. Let's see what happens. Yep. It, in fact, did pull the beetle. Oh, beetles. They should just all live in a yellow submarine. Let's go a little farther down this way. We all live in a yellow submarine. Oh boy. Let's see. It's a very quiet day. Very, very quiet. I guess we're hunting wabbits. Does everything kite? What do you mean, does everything kite? They're not focusing on hardcore players, which is fresh. I don't think a lot of games focus on the hardcore players. Kite at the same run speed? No, not necessarily. Like the beetles are slower than the other mobs for some reason. I don't know why beetles are slower, but they are all slower moving. Like throughout the entire game, beetles move slower than other mobs. I don't know if that's a bug or not a bug. It's an EQ thing, but beetles run slower. Oh, another EQ thing. They gotta stop copying things from EverQuest if they want to not be just a copy and paste of EverQuest. What it do? What's going on, Cam? How are you? But basically, you can quad any 4 mobs you want without them getting unpacked for the most part. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're not going to get that beetle. We're going to get these guys. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, beetles are the only ones that move slower that I can think of. And it's a little annoying. Every other mob seems to move at the exact same rate. Wasn't like that in EQ. I had different run speeds. Pretty much had to have the same 4 mobs. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to have that in this. And their HP values are the exact same. To your point of normalization from the other day, it seems like their HP is normalized based on their level. All these mobs down here are exactly level 50. No more, no less. So they all have the same amount of health. Only difference is if one of them resists or not. And it looks like the skeleton resisted once. So we'll fix that. Yeah, I don't know what their plan is with that. If they're going to adjust like the HP and like, do they have the same HP? Do they have the same AC? You know, that kind of stuff. I don't know what the plan is with that. Oh, shoot. That's going to reset everything. Nice. I actually got that off in time. Shocking. Shocking. Toasty. I haven't played Mortal Kombat in so long. They're just not nearly as like competitive. I feel like there's other fighting games. Like Street Fighter is one of the most competitive fighting games out, right? I think it's one of the like the top ones right now. Oh, I get the reference, yeah, but yeah, Mortal Kombat like doesn't. I don't know. I think there are competitive Mortal Kombat players. I just don't feel like it's nearly as much. What are the other top fighting games right now? Top, whoop, not FOP. Top fighting games. Street Fighter 6, yep. And then Tekken, wow. And Mortal Kombat 1 is actually on that list. That's actually surprising. I didn't think it was still like as big of a contender. I knew Street Fighter was. Yeah, Tekken 8, I didn't know that one was. Street Fighter is the main one in actual competitions. Yeah, I would love to get into Street Fighter and play it more. But I used to love fighting games. No one plays Mortal Kombat 1 anymore. Either got sick of the gender swapping. Gender swapping? Marvel vs. Capcom games were big. They were, yeah. Marvel vs. Capcom was pretty big for a while. They did a tournament of Marvel Capcom at Dragon Con one year where they had like a big projector and all that kind of stuff, and people were just sitting around playing it. It was pretty cool. Really? Huh. Was there a story behind that about why they changed their genders and stuff, or was it like they killed off the other characters and then somebody took their place? Or do they just change it? People got sick of the changing? Yeah. It'll happen. I kind of want to get into a competitive multiplayer game like that where you just... Like, I always wanted to get into Smash Brothers and be competitive with Super Smash Brothers, but I just never did. Mortal Kombat is all about into timelines and crap now. Oh God! So they went the route of Marvel, where everything is everything's a multiverse. Is that what they did? And everyone's ugly. Oh my gosh. I thought the whole multiverse thing with Marvel was a good idea at the time when it first happened. I was like, okay, this makes sense. I get it. But then it was just like everything's a multiverse. So it doesn't matter what happens in any of the movies or TV shows. Literally nothing matters anymore. And it's just like, oh, we're just going to go to a different multiverse. We can kill off whatever character we want. And then, oh, we're just going to go to a different multiverse. And that's where I was like, okay, I don't enjoy this anymore. I don't feel any suspense whatsoever. You know, and like, I don't know. I don't like it. It kind of took the fun out of it. Like, oh no, is this character gonna die? No, it doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. Yeah, the whole multiverse. Exactly, it's a writer's loophole to fix anything. It's like the legal system. It kind of is. Yeah, like I feel like it ruined cinema. You know, it just kind of ruined it. The Infinity Stones were just paperweights on the Loki show. They were, yeah, because of the multiverse. Infinity Stones did nothing. Like, what the heck? Street Fighter 6 is fun to play. I could probably get into it. I'd have to really get into it, though. Like, when I play a competitive game like that, I get super competitive. And I don't like to lose. I'd have to go and like learn all of the different moves, and I'm sure they've changed over the years. Civilization Revolution competitively? How do you play Civilization competitively? I haven't played Civilization Revolution, though. Oh, I just nuked the heck out of myself. Whoops. That's why I play games like Monsters Memories now. Too old and not enough time to get good. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Not a fan of the multiverse, even from the comics. I've never really seen it pay off long term. Yeah, it doesn't. It fixes a problem when you want to kill off people, you know, kill off characters or whatever. Didn't they do a what did they do with X-Men? I feel like they did kind of a reboot with X-Men, kind of like that. But it wasn't a multiverse thing. It was just like a reboot. Nick Saban said he hated losing more than he liked winning. Well, yeah. I mean, I do too. Most people do, I would imagine. I mean, people like to win, but when you win, you're like, yeah, I won. And it kind of, that's over very quickly, unless it's like a really big thing. But losing hurts a lot. You know? Virtua Fighter is where it's at. Ooh, I remember Virtua Fighter. I loved Virtua Fighter. What did you pick for your starting traits on this wizard? I can show you. I got Defender, Herbalist, Intelligent, and Readiness. The starting traits. January 6th is a new episode 2 of the X-Men reboot. Is it really? Awesome. Up to 5 players, everyone picks their starting nation. Okay. Huh. I mean, I like Civilization. I like playing those games co-op, though. I'm just more of a co-op player. I love cooperative games. And I wish that we could play more cooperative games. That's why, like, if I'm going to play a competitive game, I think it would need to be something like a League of Legends. And I want to play it cooperatively, but then against another team. Like team-based cooperative play. I don't know. I just enjoy that more. Stupid kind of, but you get it. Yeah. Yeah. What are some other top games? I don't know. I want to play something. I want to have some other games to play because, like, I'm enjoying Monsters and Memories. I really am. But at some point, it's just like you want to play something else. You know, you just want to. I want to branch out. What should we branch out to? Co-stream sign up for Friday. Summer Game Fest. Uh-oh. Sign up to co-stream Summer Game Fest. I'll sign up. Why not? I'm not installing Microsoft Edge. The heck? That'll be a fun thing to do, though. There's always... What? There's always something fun in the Summer Game Fest. Like, they always get, like, free games and stuff. I like WoW Battlegrounds, co-op PvP. WoW Battlegrounds is okay. I enjoyed it a little bit. 7 Days to Die is a great streamer game. I played 7 Days to Die quite a bit previously. Virtua Fighter Revolution, massive new DLC, single-player fighting type. We're looking for a fighter. I used to love Virtua Fighter. Yeah, that was fun. I wish they would bring back, and maybe they would. Wait, do I need what? Sand Giant Napkin. Yeah. No. I'm good. I wish they would bring back, what was that? Combo Breaker. What game was that? Killer Instinct. Yeah, Killer Instinct. There we go. I would love to play that game again. Man, I loved Killer Instinct. I think my first fighting game was probably Street Fighter. My second fighting game was Mortal Kombat. And then I think Virtua Fighter and Killer Instinct, and maybe a couple others started coming out, and I really loved those. Loved all of those. The one that I just never got into though was Smash Brothers. Like I played Smash Brothers, and I kind of got into it a little bit on the most recent one that came out a couple years ago on the Switch, or many years ago now on the Switch. They need to come out with a new one for the Switch too. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a new game that's announced on the Switch too soon. But anyway, yeah, just never got into that game. Never got like super into it. Love those 32-hit combos. Dude, the combos were so much fun. I love doing that. Cinder was good. Yeah, I remember playing as Cinder. Who did I play as mostly in that? I don't remember the character names for that for whatever reason. Used to be a big fighting game player in the 90s. Used to play all of those. Vegas. Stopped playing after going to med school. Yeah, med school definitely messed that up for you. Of course, the slime-covered scarab would lose its stuff here. Ow. How rude. Oh, no, that's not good. It's going to be too far away. Oh, it wasn't too far away. I got lucky there. You like Virtua Fighter 5? It has staying power. Virtua Fighter 5 came out 10 years ago. Did it? Oh, wow. I mean, those games only come out every couple of years, right? Like Street Fighter 6 it's a few years old now, isn't it? It's probably the newest though. Whoops, I went to the wrong thing. Have you played all the great single-player RPGs? Ni no Kuni I have not played. Dragon Quest I did play, yeah. I want to play the Dragon Quest remake that came out. That could be fun. Isn't there a new Dragon Quest coming soon? I want to say there is. Uncharted? I did play Uncharted, yeah. I played all of those. Wait, new Dragon Quest game. Dragon Quest 12 Beyond Dreams. Completely restarted, unveiled at Square Enix. Wow. Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger, still the best? Oh, dude, they were fun, yeah. Secret of Mana and Chrono Trigger were awesome. Did somebody just die over there? Well, poor Riddle. If he just had that K in his name, he wouldn't have died there. He would have survived. Because Criddle's a winner. Riddle is not. Did he just fall? Like, what happened there? I just saw a person running through here and die. No idea what happened there. See a lot of people fall to their death in that valley. I've fallen to my death in this valley. I fell from right about there. Whoop, straight down. Splat. I mean, if you fall from this top, I'm pretty sure you just die from fall damage. I don't know. Maybe you don't. Chrono Trigger's real good. I also like Super Mario RPG. I never played Super Mario RPG, the original. I played the Super Mario RPG remake, and I was honestly disappointed. Just wasn't. I was kind of disappointed in it. It was so good. I don't know. I think because I played Final Fantasy VI. I mean, I played all the Final Fantasies prior to that. The game was okay, right? But it wasn't great. It wasn't a bad game, but I was disappointed in it for sure. Paper Mario now, that was a good game. That was a good game. I never played Paper Mario 100 Year, or what is it? The door one? I never played that one, and I should play the remake of that one. But I just got tired of Nintendo doing all their remakes. I got so tired of it. Like they don't do enough to the game. They just leave the game. I don't know. Just ugh. It's like the exact same game with very, very little changes to it. And that just kind of irked me, I guess. Oh, that's true, Helter Smelter. Yeah, they start getting enough money, and they're just like, yeah, we don't have to actually make a new game. We can just sell you the old game. Like, I kind of want to play the new Star Fox game when it comes out, but I think it's just going to be a remake again. So I don't really want to play that. Dang it! Didn't move again. Yeah, I don't really want to play that. Look at the Marvel Star Wars stuff. It's all slop. I mean, yeah, it's getting pretty bad for sure. Final Fantasy 17 might actually be turn-based. Dude, what they needed to do, what they need to do with Final Fantasy is basically take a page out of Expedition 33's playbook. Supposedly a new Ocarina of Time coming out. Yep. Supposedly, we'll see. We will see. The new Star Fox is adding a couple of new zones, but basically straight remake. Awful. I enjoyed the Final Fantasy VII remake. I enjoyed it, but I didn't like that they made it more action-based and less. So what they tried, what Square Enix tried to do is they tried to make Final Fantasy an action game rather than making it a turn-based game and trying to reinvent the turn-based game. And I that's what I like about Expedition 33 is that they reinvented the turn-based and made it better. Kingdom Hearts 4 looks pretty good, yeah. Feel that about Pokemon? Absolute minimal amount of effort. Oh, Pokemon. I have played many Pokemon games, and now I just don't want to play them anymore because they, like you said, they put in the minimal effort. They know the game will sell because it's Pokemon, just because of the name, and they don't do fun, cool stuff. Like, they change the game in some way, but they don't. I don't know. They could make it so much better. I agree. Power World is better than Pokemon. So was Temtem, or Tim, whatever it's called. That was so much better than Pokemon. And basically the same thing. Power World was awesome. Yeah, I love Power World. I thought it was great. I set up a server, played it with a few friends. Yeah, Power World was fantastic. MnM needs a Pokemon side game as well as golf. I mean, didn't I feel like World of Warcraft did like that Pokemon side game that where you can like tame critters and have them fight each other and stuff. Has anybody actually ever done much with that though? I feel like that was one of those things that they put into the game and it just didn't really stick. I don't like Pokemon, but all the world of Final Fantasy, very Pokemon-like. Well, kinda. I guess I could see that. I mean, I like Pokemon. I think Pokemon's fun. But, yeah, they just don't do enough with it. My son still enjoys Pokemon, but he doesn't really play it. Now, that last Pokemon game that was basically Pokemon Animal Crossing, that was pretty good. Me and my girlfriend love Power World, but then a hacker destroyed our base and de-leveled us by like 1,000 levels, so we couldn't move and change our characters. How did they get into your world? You pretty sure the hackers were sent by Nintendo? I mean, okay, maybe. That's a reach, but maybe. It was a whole thing. It sounds like a whole thing. I made a private server though for that. So like I don't know how the I don't know how they would do that. Like hack into it. Private is the only way with survival games sometimes. Yeah, that's what I did. Is I had a private personal server that I created. Definitely the way to go. They had full admin panel control somehow. That's awful. Yeah, that's awful. I would love to do more of that kind of stuff. I've always wanted to like build up a community through like Twitch and YouTube and stuff, and then like do those private servers for like Valheim and Pal World and that vampire game, whatever that one was called. Just all of those. Those are pretty big right now. Host a server. It could work with your following. It doesn't. V Rising? Yeah, V Rising. It doesn't work with my following, unfortunately. Nothing really works with my following. That's the problem. I have to play one game, and then people will watch that one game. If I switch games to play anything else, I lose like 90% of the people. It just doesn't work. But, you know, that's kind of content creation for you. It's just how the cookie crumbles. I made a V-Rising server, though, and we had several hundred people on it at one point. Like when it first launched, it was pretty fun. I really enjoyed that. But I teamed up with like another group of people that had, like, they had a Discord server with people that just wanted to play those games. If you can pull off multi-genre content, the audience grows, but it's hard to transition without falling off. Exactly. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because I play everything. Like, I play so many games. I will literally play just about anything. And it's hard to transition. Like, I played Fortnite, right? And that's how I got partnered on Twitch and all that kind of stuff. But I played Fortnite for years. And I had fun with it. But then as soon as I stopped playing Fortnite, the viewer base just dropped drastically. And people just kind of stopped coming around. Then I went and played, after that, I played Animal Crossing for a while. Right after Fortnite. And the viewer base kind of stuck around a little bit for Animal Crossing, shockingly. But I think that was because of 2020. Just like the whole COVID situation. And people were just kind of stuck at home and bored. So that's why that worked. But yeah, I tried to play a bunch of other games, and nothing ever really stuck. I'm here for Monster Memory only. If you happen to pick up Hearthstone, I'd watch that too. I used to play Hearthstone. That's the thing, though. Like, if you become a variety streamer, you got to be a variety streamer, right? I got to play a bunch of different things. But yeah, I played Hearthstone. I played other card games as well. The issue, though, is like you're saying, you're here for Monsters and Memories, or, you know, if I happen to play Hearthstone, okay, cool. So if I happen to play two very different games, then you would watch it. But if I go and say, let's say I play Monsters and Memories today, and then tomorrow I play Hearthstone, then the next day I play Heroes of the Storm, and the next day I play Call of Duty, you know, like, people don't like that. But what I did for a while, for several years, after I quit Fortnite, I went in and I played brand new single player games, full playthroughs, kind of Co-Carnage style, right? And that's the problem, is Co-Carnage is already doing that. So to get people to come into my stream for the same thing they could get out of Co-Carnage's stream, why would they do that? There's no reason to do that. So, yeah. Variety streamer feels like playing what's hot or niche popular. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You got to play the newest games. And I did. You could play, as a small streamer, small content creator, you could play all the newest games the day they come out and do full playthroughs on it. You're a small streamer. I mean, you're going to be buried under thousands of other streams. You're just not going to get seen. Battlegrounds the only fun part of Hearthstone to most people. Is the Battlegrounds one where, like, it puts up 3 cards and you choose one of the cards and then you keep going through? That is the only one that's fun, yeah. Streaming also seems to be a popularity contest. Your personality has a huge impact. It is a popularity contest, yeah. But you don't have to have a good personality. Look at Shroud. Shroud doesn't have, like, a great personality, in my opinion. He doesn't. He's kind of dull and kind of bland, but he's really good. He's, like, really, really good. Co started streaming early enough to get a massive following. That's what it is, right? That is exactly what it is. He started back in the Justin TV days, transitioned into Twitch, and he just happened to be one of the first people doing that. That's how he got a following. If he tried to start, I would say 2 or 3 years after he did, he probably wouldn't be nearly as big as he is now. Some people like Butthead stream. Yeah, they do. Yeah. I remember streaming when Ko was, and he played Final Fantasy and got his following there. He actually didn't. Ko Carnage got his following originally from Neverwinter Nights, I think. So the story goes, he streamed at Neverwinter Nights. I think it was one of the Neverwinter games. He was streaming that and playing it a bunch. He went on vacation, and he got like, a couple hundred people at most in his stream. He went on vacation for a few days, came back, and when he came back from vacation, the game had completely died, and his following died with it. So he felt the same thing that a lot of other content creators felt. And he almost quit streaming at that point. He continued to stream, and he got another following from other things, and somehow transitioned into variety content where he did full playthroughs of single player games and was one of the first people to actually do that live, as opposed to just doing it and then putting it out on YouTube, which is how like PewDiePie got into it, is by going through YouTube and posting his playthroughs of like scary games. But Ko Carnage was one of the first to do it live. And then just kind of continued from there. So he just kind of got in at a very early level. And anybody that started after that was basically competing with those people that got in super early. And they're still competing. Now, can you still break out of that? Sure, it can happen. There's people that just started streaming, a year ago, and they just kind of blow up. But yeah, it doesn't happen very often. And it's much easier to do in a niche, very niche game. A niche game with a big enough following works, like this game, right? This game has a decent following, but it is extremely niche, so you don't have a lot of the bigger content creators playing it. But it's a good enough game to where there's people that are following it, But then you get pigeonholed in that, which is probably going to be what happens to me, is I'm going to get pigeonholed into that. If I play anything but Monsters and Memories right now, or if I played like Pantheon, Monsters and Memories, maybe a Drooling Online Adventures, like I could probably play those games and get a decent following, or get a decent, viewer base, I guess. But if you try to break out of that, it's very difficult. Or like EQ Legends, I could probably go play that too. MnM is a game that just better played than watched. It is, yeah. That's another issue. There's a lot of games like that, though. That's where you have to, have, at least I think, that's where the knowledge and personality come into play, right? So, like, if you have a lot of knowledge on the game, or you have the personality that people just like, then you could play something like this and just kind of goof off, and people will enjoy that. Since I don't have the personality, I go with the knowledge side of things. I know a lot about this game. I do have the knowledge. I don't take offense. I don't take offense, Pity. I can be a very personable person sometimes. It's kind of weird. Like, it's actually kind of funny. I've started streaming some days, and I just take a different approach to it. And people are like, "Man, I enjoy watching you now." Like, most of the time, they come in here for the knowledge, though. But I can have fun too. I can have fun. I usually don't. I usually just get frustrated easily is the problem. That's my biggest issue. You're here for my honest takes? Oh, I'm honest. Probably to a fault. EQ Legends looks so bad. It does. It looks freaking awful. I don't know why anybody want to play it, but hey. No, I get why some people want to play EQ Legends. I totally understand some people wanting to play that. If it makes you feel better, I came for the quad spots and stayed for the crittle. Nice. I appreciate that. Playing an MMORPG solo is dumb. I mean, yeah. It's not great. It's not great. I prefer to play in groups. I appreciate you actually answering 80% of the questions. I try. I do try. I've thought about doing something like that, Helter Smelter. Like eating a few gummies and then streaming and seeing what happens. I'd probably just be like this, though. Oh, wait, I'm streaming. Oh. That's most likely what would happen. I would just literally stare at the screen. For real, responding to your chat message is huge. I think it is, yeah. I think it is for sure. There's a lot of content creators that just don't do that. I've noticed that. Like they don't read the messages. Or if they do read it, they just kind of ignore it. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. You can't do that, though, when you become a bigger streamer, right? Or a bigger content creator. You just can't respond to everybody. Like Co Carnage trying to respond to his chat. That's at times is impossible. He does read some chat here and there, but usually it's his mods pick out specific questions, give them to him, and then he reads them and responds to them. You just can't keep up with thousands of people chatting. Exactly. He's not big enough to ignore you yet. Pretty sure Asmongold reads fake messages. The stuff he responds to isn't in chat. Maybe. That's actually it's a very valid point. Yeah, it's very possible. Asmongold is, he's too big for his britches. I don't know how he ever became big. I feel like shock factor is a good part of streaming as well. Right? Shock factor is a huge part of it. And I think that Asmongold just had a lot of shock factor. They're like, how can this guy with that very messy room and just unclean look and terrible personality, like, how can he have this audience? What is happening? And then people just go in to just watch the train wreck. He has funny facial reactions. Yeah, he does do that. He's just like, he does do stuff like that. I do agree. Upper limit seems to be 500 to 1,000 people to be active with your audience. Yeah, I've had 1,000-ish, like right around 1,000 people in a stream before a couple times. And that is about where it starts to kind of fall apart. It's hard to keep up with. I would also say that, Nova, yeah. I understand ignoring chat when you have thousands of viewers. I see people with 2 viewers ignore chat too. I think the people, though, with 2 viewers ignoring chat is because they just don't realize people have chatted. I think that's the bigger issue. Because, like, they probably go hours and hours and hours with people not saying anything because they only have 2 people watching them, and one of them is probably their mom. And, I mean, my mom watches my chat too, so I'm not picking on anybody. You know, like, they just go for a long time, and they just don't realize, like, somebody actually sent a message. Asmongold has good timing and hit critical masses. He had very good timing. Yeah, wasn't that when like World of Warcraft, what's it called? The classic server kind of kicked in. I'm pretty sure he just happened to be around. Hey, there's Riddle. Go get your corpse, Riddle. I got you, buddy. You're good, my friend. Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really big. Like, he was a couple hundred people watching his WoW streams for a while, and then, I don't know, he just kind of skyrocketed from there for some reason. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The heck? Oh, there it goes. Spell blew up twice. You see that? Why is my spell not going off? What the heck, dude? Come on, man. So annoying. That's super frustrating when that happens. Spells lock up. Can't do anything. Messes up my mark. I lose out on all my... on all my marks. Asmongold has high charisma and a sharp wit. I wouldn't put him in the charisma category. He's an intelligent guy. I'll give him that. Like, he's quick-witted for sure. Yeah, I'll definitely give him that. Like, he can snap back pretty quickly. But charisma? No. I don't think he has any charisma. The dude is a real entertainer talent. If he was good looking, he would have been on TV. Maybe. But you don't have to be good looking to be on TV. Like, that's not a... I mean, look at Steve Buscemi. Steve Buscemi is not an attractive dude. It definitely helps. Being attractive definitely helps. I mean, look at me. Can't deny it. Oops. 280. Oh my gosh, dude. What a time for a fizzle. The dwarven beard braid still. I can't grow my beard out that long. Well, I can, but my girlfriend would not be happy about it. Look at the amount of talent it takes for an unattractive person to be in films, though. I mean, yeah. Being attractive in general is a huge benefit to you, right? You get things given to you much easier than everybody else. People just assume you're a nice person and a good person simply because you're an attractive person. So, hearing about Asmongold's background of how crappy his life was growing up and living in poverty, I can respect where he is now. Well, yeah, but I mean, a lot of people were in that situation. I mean, look at Samuel L. Jackson. He didn't even make it big until he was like 40-something. So, yeah. Anyone else get your spells been interrupted spam when sitting still sometimes? That'll happen to you. That sound like if you blink and then you don't move, your spell will be interrupted. Sometimes it just randomly happens. But yeah, that does happen a lot. Even courts favor more attractive side. They do. If you go into court, dress up. If you go into court not looking like your best, they will favor the other person. Which, you know, like, I look at it this way. You know, if you have tattoos all over your body, and you dress a certain way. Look at somebody like this is what's weird to me is somebody like what's that singer's name that you just wouldn't understand why. Like he's got tattoos everywhere. He's got like the whole gold grill and everything. And you look at him, you're like, what? How did you ever make it anywhere? You have to live the lifestyle if you're gonna do that. So that stupid humanoid monkey brain stuff. It is, yeah. Yeah, Post Malone. There you go. That's his name. Post Malone. Like you look at him and I would think, really? Like that guy, how would he ever hold a job? But, you know, he's done really well for himself. Machine Gun Kelly is another one. Actually, Machine Gun Kelly, I wouldn't put him in the same category as Post Malone. Post Malone has a hard work ethic. I think Machine Gun Kelly just lived. He just does, you know. Tom McDonald, yeah. There's a lot of people out there. I mean, you look at like Dennis Rodman, you know, like there's a lot of people out there like that where you look at them and you're like, man, if you lived a normal life, just a normal life, but you looked like that, you probably wouldn't make it, wouldn't be successful at all. But they don't live normal lives. These people live like very extravagant lives. What was that? The comedian on SNL, the big girl. She's like 6'5" or something. She's huge. I don't think she would have made it very far just living a normal life. She had to go into entertainment and do that. Because otherwise she wouldn't have made it. Yeah, Leslie Jones. There you go. I don't think she would have made it in anything else in life. I really don't. And that's sad. Because people would look at her. They'd be intimidated by her. They'd be intimidated by her size. You know, just, yeah, it wouldn't work out. Become a walking train wreck and you become famous? Yeah, you have to, like, own it, though, you know? You got to own it. You got to not think that you're a walking train wreck. You just have to be one. Should have been like the TikTok O girl, same size. Yeah, I mean you gotta own that stuff. Gotta own it. I find most female comedians unfunny. Yeah, I mean they're a different type of humor for sure. The marvelous Miss Maisel, I liked her, but she was not writing her own jokes, so. But she, I don't know. I liked her. I like that show. I'm trying to think of like an actual female comedian. Like Sarah Silverman, I think was okay for a little while, and then she just kind of fell off. I feel like female comedians oftentimes have to do like shock factor comedy. You know? They got to embrace that. Like you wouldn't think of a female comedian doing a fart joke, you know? Like that just, it normally doesn't happen. So when it does, you're like, what? You're crazy. A lot of female comedians fall off. Yeah, they do. They fall out comedy-wise very quickly. I mean, I look at like, was it Rebel Wilson and then, what's the other girl that, very similar to Rebel Wilson. I can't remember her name though. Amy Poehler, she can be funny sometimes, yeah. They always talk about sex and gets old. That's true. That's true. They do joke about sex a lot. They do that. Amy Schumer's the worst. Yeah, it's Amy Poehler too as well, right? It's Amy Schumer and then Amy Poehler. Is it a different Poehler name? I think it was Amy. Maybe I don't know. I forget their names a lot. Gilda Radner. I don't know who that is. Even back in the day, Roseanne Barr was funny for 5 years, then stagnated and went to sitcoms and such. Yeah, she did. And now she's just a crazy old lady. It's just an absolute wacky, crazy old lady. Kind of the same thing with, what's her name from Sister Act? She was funny for a while. You don't know Gilda Radner? No, like who's Gilda? I mean, I might know who that is. I don't know the name. Oh, yeah, I know who she is. I remember her from, what show was she in? Was she in that TV show with the taxis? Right? Was she in Taxi? Tina Fey. Tina Fey's been pretty funny. Was she not in that Taxi show? I swear she was in that Taxi show. Who was the girl that was wasn't there a female in the Taxi TV show that was pretty funny? I don't know. Whoopi Goldberg, yeah. Whoopi Goldberg she was funny for a little while in a few movies, and then it's just like it just kind of fell off hard. Makes sense from an evolutionary perspective why men tend to be better at comedy. We kind of have to be funny if we aren't 6 feet tall with a six-pack and make six figures. That's true. That's true, Helter Smelter. A guy with a good personality and just is innately funny, yeah, they get a lot farther in life. Tina Fey is funny and attractive. Yeah, she's an attractive person. I agree. That's why people like Ryan Reynolds destroy all of us. You know, he's 6 foot tall. He's got the abs. He's got the face. He's funny. He just has the whole package. And people like him should not exist. It's not fair to the rest of us. Just not fair. Like, give us a chance, Ryan Reynolds. Come on. He had to build that. He was a scrawny nerd before. Was he? Are there like old pictures? Let's see. Old pictures of Ryan Reynolds before acting. Let's see. Images. I mean, he was a cute kid. Yeah, I think even as a kid here, like, I mean, that would be like a Goonies star right there. But then he turned into that. I mean, I had the same haircut when I was his age. And then he turned into actually, that's fake. This has to be fake, right? That looks just very fake. This face. I don't know. I had the same haircut though when I was that age. Kurt Russell vibes. Dude, I love Kurt Russell. He's just one of those guys that, I don't know. We're going to get all Beatles. We're going to get Paul, Ringo, John, and the other guy. Oh my gosh, dude. That's so mean. Big Trouble Little China was Pete Kurt Russell. Oh, dude. I love Big Trouble Little China. Chris Pratt can give us some hope. You know, Chris Pratt is one of those guys. He was just funny. His story, though, you ever heard his story? So Chris Pratt, he lived wherever he lived, and his friend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shoot! Why did all these other beetles just show up? Dang nabbit. Hang on. I gotta fix this. But yeah, Chris Pratt lived whatever, and then he went to, his friend convinced him to go live in Hawaii and said he could be his roommate. And he went and he lived in a van. I lived in a van down by the ocean. And he was a waiter, and that's how he got found. Pratt seems like a genuinely nice person. Yeah. Yeah, he was a genuine, like he was just a nice guy. I could show you a picture here. Let me show you. I'll show you a fun picture. Give me a second. I got to find it on Facebook, and I'll pull it up. Oh, I got to log into Facebook. I can't log into Facebook on this computer. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. I can show you a fun picture. My cousin is a stunt guy, and he met Chris Pratt. And when his son, his little baby son, was like a baby, Chris Pratt actually like held him, and they had this whole conversation and stuff. But I can't log into Facebook on this. Well, I can log into Facebook. I don't know what my username and password is on Facebook. So, yeah. I just log in on my phone. All right, we got 3. Okay, let's get this guy right here. He also used to be fat. Chris Pratt did. He was a heavier guy, yeah. He wasn't fat. He was probably about the same size I am. I wouldn't call that. What the heck? Why are these now aggroing on me? Why are these aggroing? They didn't. What? The heck? I'm just messing up my whole pool here. Beetles are social aggro? They do, but they were way back here. I had 4 way over here, and those other 2 just added in for some reason. That's weird. My wife watches Graham Norton clips, and a lot of Chris Pratt has some funny moments on there. Yeah, I like Chris Pratt. I thought he's a good guy. Let me see if I can find my photo here. Wait, what? No, I don't want that. Oh my God, come on. Do. Yeah, my cousin's got some pretty fun images or pictures with various celebrities because of his job. I can't find it now. Whatever. I'll find it later at some point. But yeah, he's got some pretty fun pictures. People calling Asmongold ugly is kind of weird. I've always thought he looked normal besides his teeth issue. I think it's not really his ugliness. I think it's his cleanliness. I think is more of the problem. Yeah, see, if I got these four, these probably would social aggro is the issue right now. But yeah, I think that's the issue with Asmongold is his cleanliness, not so much as... He's not like a... I don't think he's an ugly dude. He's gangly body and pot belly. Very goblin-esque. If you didn't tell people about it, they wouldn't know. I mean, it's in the background of his stream. It's always there. You know how dirty he is. He's just kind of a dirty dude. All right, we'll do these four instead. The ugly facts. I mean, that's just mean. I do think though that he should clean up a little bit. I do think that. You make fun of him, you thought he was a nice guy? Yeah, that's a whole other story. He literally can hire a full-time maid to keep up. I mean, he could. He could. Yeah, he's got tons of money, like stupid amounts of money. Yeah, he could hire a full-time staff to do everything for him. He's a terrible person. I mean, I've heard he's a terrible person. I actually met him before he became this internet sensation. He was popular. He was a Twitch streamer, popular Twitch streamer, but I met him at TwitchCon back in 2018. We were in the partner lounge area, and he was just kind of walking around hanging out down there, and a few of us just sat down at a table and we were all kind of hanging out together, and he was one of those people. I didn't know anything about him at the time. Like, I literally had no clue who he was other than the fact that he was a WoW streamer. He's a 30-year-old boomer. Oh boy. Yeah, what I don't like, I think what I like least about him is that he went that political route along with a lot of other content creators. I really don't like that. Like, so many of the prominent gamer types that were streamers, content creators and stuff, like they decided to go politics because it made them more money, right? They just start talking politics, and whether you agree with them or disagree with them didn't matter. It would fill out their channel with a bunch of people that would just argue all day. Unfortunately, conflict makes for good. It makes for very good content. Very good content. How did he come across to you at the time? I mean, I didn't really chat with him that much. We were at a table. It was like a group of us, like 7, 8 people at this table. And we were all just kind of having drinks and chatting. So I didn't really chat directly with him more than like a couple words here and there. So he just came across as a normal... Because I was surrounded by a bunch of other sweaty nerds, it didn't really come across odd. If that makes sense. Like, I've been to Dragon Con. I've been going to Dragon Con for like 20-something years. At the time, it would have been 19 or something years. I'm used to being around sweaty nerds that smell bad and stuff, and I didn't really think anything of it. So, He just seemed like another sweaty nerd to me, along with everybody else that was there. Like, I'm not trying to boost myself up by saying this or make myself sound better, but I might have been the cleanest person at that table. To be honest, like I know that sounds bad, but I think I might have been the only one that took a shower that morning before showing up to TwitchCon. And, you know, sounds bad, but it's true. Him IRL, probably a lot like him on TV, so to speak. I mean, maybe, yeah. I don't think he really believes in much politically. He just does it for the engagement. Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot of those people are doing that. Honestly, like I think that, and I'm not going to get involved in a political chat, so don't try to bring politics into it. But I think that a lot of content creators, specifically Twitch streamers right now, they don't care either way. They could not care less about any of the politics. They just know that it gets them views, so they're willing to talk about it. And it clearly gets views. Absolutely gets views. Wouldn't be shocked to know that despite me not even knowing you. You wouldn't be shocked to know what? The cleanliness thing? That I'm the only one that took a shower? I mean, yeah. Anyone making 7 figures doesn't care about politics usually? I mean, they do. They care about politics. They care about the political side that makes them more money. They don't care about the actual politics. They don't care about how it affects other people. They care about how it affects themselves. So the only thing that matters to them is the fiscal policies of politics. So whichever one is going to make them more money, that's all they care about. That's most people, though, right? Most people don't care about anything. They don't really care about other people. They only care about themselves and how it affects them. And that's the sad side of life in general. Like, I absolutely hate it. That you were the only one to take a shower amongst these sweaty nerds? Yeah, that's, I mean, it's 100% a fact, guys. You guys ever been to Dragon Con or any of these nerd conventions? They don't take showers very often there. There's a direct correlation between people coming on to hard time financially and also becoming radicalized politically. Yeah, I could see that. As long as it doesn't affect your little box pretty much. Yeah. I've gone to locals for Magic the Gathering before, and my God, it did. Yeah, it stinks. It smells so bad. When I go to these events, man, I take a shower every morning, and sometimes in the evening too, because I just feel dirty at the end of the day. Like sometimes I would get up, go to an early panel, and then I would come back and go like take a shower and all that kind of stuff. Because like at Dragon Con, there's panels as early as like 6 and 7 a.m. sometimes. And I know a buddy of mine and I, we would get up early, go to a panel, do the thing, and then like go eat some breakfast, do the panel kind of thing. But yeah, you got to take a shower every day. Got to take a shower every day at those. They are a cesspool of nastiness. I've been to a lot of cons and Ren Fair. Don't know. I don't shower in mornings because it actually makes me sweat more. I mean, yeah. It's like 100 degrees and 90% humidity in Atlanta. It is very hot at that time in Atlanta, yeah. I would have not shower go into an event like that. So my BO can cancel out the nerd's BO. Like defensive not showering. Okay. Have you ever played LARPs though? Has anybody in chat ever done a LARP? I used to do LARPing For about a year, actually, I did it every weekend. Like literally every weekend I would go to a LARP. But I only did that for about a year. I was in different LARPs for 4 or 5 years, 6 years, something like that. But dude, the people at LARPs too, same way. And by Sunday at a LARP, it's like, dude, you should have taken a shower at some point. Like you're running around outside in this summer heat, sweating. Take a shower. Like, I mean, I totally get getting sweaty and stuff. That's fine. Put on some deodorant. Like, but something. Do something. Who does not take a shower every day? It's gross. I mean, I'll admit, I don't take a shower every day. But that's if I'm staying home. Like, if I don't leave my house for an entire day, maybe I won't take a shower. Like, I didn't take a shower this morning. Will I take one before I go to bed? Maybe, maybe not. It depends. But I don't plan on leaving anywhere. I don't plan on going anywhere. I literally just get out of bed and I sit at my computer and then I get back in bed. Like, I might go downstairs and, hang out, watch some TV. Like, I'm not doing anything. But I would say that I take a shower most days. Even if I'm just sitting at home. And if I leave my house, absolutely, I will take a shower. But yeah, it is gross. Like, there's people that go to these conventions. Like, Dragon Con lasts for 5 days. Well, official Dragon Con, I think, is 4 days now. It's technically it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But people show up as early as like the Friday before. But usually people start showing up on Wednesday or Thursday. And they don't shower the entire time. From when they show up on Wednesday or Thursday and then they leave on Sunday and they don't shower. It's gross. You're too shy to LARP, but you want to? Don't be shy, man. I know it's easier said than done, but just go in there. Like, you could play. There was one guy at a LARP that I played at. He played like a dog type race, and his character's name was Yipper. He literally didn't say a word. He could only yip, and that's why we called him Yipper. Like, we named his character. Because he didn't speak. As a player, the player would not speak the entire time he was in character. So you don't even have to talk to people if you don't want to. And he was one of the more popular people there. I shouldn't say popular, more well-known players. I got 7 sets of armor in my garage, some more realistic than others, depending on use. Nice. Do you do like the real weapon fighting? Like I did Nero, which is one of the many LARPs. We wore mostly like, it looked real, I guess, but it wasn't real chainmail and plate mail and stuff. Like, we didn't do all that. I got muscle issues, so at least rinse off, then soak in the jacuzzi. Yeah, I mean, just something, anything. I don't care what it is. Just get the nasty off. You can't just spray yourself with some Axe body spray and call it a day. I mean, you could do that sometimes. But like, if you've been profusely sweating outdoors, like, you did nasty. Please shower before events. Yeah, just shower before events. Like, what the heck, man? Thank goodness bats and snakes don't social aggro, because they just spawned on my way back. I judge them when I watch them super harshly, while simultaneously wishing I had the courage. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do that, right? They make fun of the lightning bolt kid. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. They do that. And it's like, yeah, but it's actually pretty fun. If you actually go to a LARP, it's pretty fun. Like, I enjoyed it. And I met some really cool people at them. I made some pretty good friends by LARPing. So, Axe plus BO is even worse. I agree. I think if you have BO, putting on the Axe body spray doesn't cover it up. It just adds to it. It adds like a chemical smell on top of your body odor. And it's just nasty. I don't think showering every day is necessary depending on activity. It can strip your body of natural oils and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like you shouldn't necessarily wash your hair every day. Those natural oils are actually good for you. You dry out your skin. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily shower every day, and I don't hate on people that don't shower every day. But you don't get sweaty at an event and then don't shower and then continue going to the event the next day or multiple days. Like, that's just gross. I want to start HEMA? What is that? And take those skills to LARP and go to town? I don't know what that is. If you're doing real HEMA, it can get expensive just for their practice gear. Is that like a martial arts kind of thing? Historical European martial arts. Interesting. Never done that. I did Taekwondo when I was a youngster. I kind of want to get into something like that again. I wouldn't mind doing that. I actually have a VR headset, and I started getting into one of those boxing, kickboxing type of different deals to try that out. To just for exercise. Yeah. HEMA's weapon training. Yes, they train in armor. That's neat. Very interesting. I actually was going to start making YouTube content with my VR headset and be like, nerds can get in shape too. That was a whole YouTube channel that I was going to do. Is be like, I'm a gamer nerd, but we can also get in shape playing video games, and just and do like an hour a day or something, 30 minutes, hour a day of some sort of game. It would be something like Beat Saber, or like these punching, kickboxing punching games that you can do. That's the future? What, VR? The VR stuff is the future? I mean, we're getting there. They go tier from LARP level to professional. Yeah, it is funny seeing some of these LARPers that think that they're like professional sword fighters. And they walk around, they're like, "Wah!" And you're like, dude, it's a foam bat. Like, what are you doing? You're not a professional martial artist because you can swing a foam bat. The Nintendo Wii motion sensor was taken from a medical university therapy. Yeah, I would love to do more of that stuff. Yeah, I did start doing it, though, and it was fun. But then I was like... I started doing the little, like VR kickboxing, whatever kind of stuff as exercise. Then I got my bike, and I would rather go for a bike ride, to be honest. Like, I would much rather just go for a bike ride outdoors. Can also open a career for you, really? The Steam VR goggles coming is pretty god for the price. Well, wasn't Steam is Valve, and didn't they create don't they already have VR? The Oculus. Oh geez, I almost died. Look at that. Holy moly. You like Steam as a company? Some things I like about them, yeah. Some things I don't. They are definitely some greedy people. They haven't lost your respect? Well, the thing that I don't like about Steam is how much they take from developers. they that's the only thing that I can really think of off the top of my head, that they just charge developers a lot to put it on their platform. Now, their platform does bring a lot of eyes to games, so maybe it's warranted, but they charge a lot. Depends on your contract. Well, of course it does. But I'm talking about like the indie companies. Like these indie companies can't afford to pay what they pay a lot of times. It's probably warranted. Yeah, I mean it could be, right? Like I haven't looked into it enough to say one way or the other, because they do bring a lot of eyes to these indie games, and that might be worth it. This is not going well for me right now. I need a lot more mana. I must have had too many resists. Something happened here with this pull. Something happened. Whoops. The wrong button. Visionary Realms is still crap because perceived resolution means. Wait, hang on a second. Let me go back and get my buffs here. Phone screen technology is leading. Oh, you're talking about VR. Okay. The way to VR goggles, dot pitch, pixel density, which is what matters. Yeah, I don't know how any of that stuff works. I'm a complete idiot when it comes to that. $5% on sales up to 2 million. Then they charge 30% on sales after that. Is that how they do it now? Because it used to not be that way. Like Steam at one point was just like a flat like 30% or 40% or something ridiculous. And then Epic Games came in and Epic was like, "No, we're changing it up. We're gonna do it based on this other thing." And I guess maybe that's when Steam decided to change it again and like say, okay, well, we got to be a little competitive with Epic Games. But I don't really know. I haven't been following it for several years. Do 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 do. There are 2 contracts, 30% flat for normal budgets. Then there's low budget indie contract. Okay. That's nice that they changed it for the low budget indie contracts, because they're the ones that really need it, you know? Low budget indie contract though restricts sell prices as a caveat. Does it? Okay. Yeah, that changed things, I guess. Ah, can't sell for more than 40. So that's why all these games come out at $40. You see? You see? So many games release at $40. There's a reason for that. Like, let's maximize profits here. Game should probably only be worth $20. We're going to sell it for 40 because we can. Yeah, that's something that I've never really liked about the gaming industry is they kind of have what do they call that? Oh my god, I'm drawing a blank again. The price fixing. Right? They kind of have it. They can set their prices to be whatever they want. But they all set their prices to be the exact same amount across the board for the most part. Steam is very pro-consumer. I mean, it is, yeah. It is. I mean, there's definitely good things about Steam. I don't have anything really negative to say about them, other than they make a lot of money for doing very little. You know, now it's like they don't really need to do much. They just kind of, okay, we'll put it on our system. We're just going to stick it up here. And that's really all they do. They're kind of like an advertisement company is what they are. They're just advertisement. But advertisement sells, so. Apparently price fixing isn't illegal anymore. They're all doing it. Oh, yeah, they're absolutely all doing it. Hey, what's going on, Jason? How are you? Have they acknowledged that mob and pet pathing is messed up? Pet is especially wonky. I think they know, yeah. They know about that. But I don't know if they're planning on doing anything about it. Oh, shoot. I didn't put up my spells. But yeah, they definitely know that it's an issue. They need to fix it. Pet pathing especially, yeah. It's super bad. They even had a spell at one point that allowed you to summon your pet to you. You can tell your pet to stay, and then you could have your pet summoned to you. Actually, just so for those that don't know that you can do this, if you have a pet, if you're playing a pet class, tell your pet to stay, you go to where you need to go, and then type in /stuck, and your pet will be summoned to you. The /stuck command will bring your pet to you. So use that. Steam also caps DLC sell price, does it? Back in the day, DLC were going for same price as the game came out. Requires early access games to actually show progress. Well, do they do that now? Or did it, like, because for a while you could have an early access game. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like what Steam's done with the whole early access thing. And then and then how companies have abused it, I guess is probably the better way to word that. Because companies have, like, Steam says that you can't have a beta product on Steam. So then, because of that, you have companies that are just like, okay, we're just going to make everything early access. And then they're basically saying, like, you have different varying levels of early access. You can have early access in alpha. You can have early access in beta. You can have early access that's literally an early access. It's just like a few days earlier than other players, but it's a full finished game. And it's like, how are we supposed to know what early access is anymore? Because it's different for different companies. Really don't like that. And I blame Steam for some of that. Meaningless buzzwords? They are. They're absolutely meaningless buzzwords. I mean, at least beta, like alpha and beta, I get. The early access, though, it has so many different meanings. You can have a beta, you can't sell it. Yeah, exactly. You can't sell it. You can't make money on it. You can have a demo. You can have like anything for free. Sure, you could do that. But that's the thing. It allows these companies to get away with putting unfinished products on Steam. All they have to do is call it early access. And I don't like that. I think it's very predatory. Predatorial? You know what I'm saying. As consumers, we did not demand a standard definition for these terms. Onus is on us for letting it happen, not Steam's. I mean, it's not Steam's fault. It's the company's fault, the developer's fault for what they did with what Steam said. Steam said you can't do beta and alpha, but you can call it early access. So we're giving you the avenue to dupe as many people as you want if you want to. Then the developers are like, okay, well, we're going to call it early access even though we've only worked on the game for 1 day. Like, that's where we're getting to. Is, oh, hey, guys, we are starting to work on this game. You can buy it for $40. It's in early access because you can create a character. Like, that's where we're headed. We got to stop giving companies money for that. I think it's wrong to have an early access game also sell DLC. Well, yeah, that's terrible. The game hasn't even come out yet, and you're selling DLCs to people? That's garbage. That's absolute garbage. Pretty much any online game fits in an early access category, especially MMOs. It kind of does, yeah. So that's why we have games as a service. I think that MMOs need to just go into the games as a service category. They shouldn't have an early access. They should just have games as a service. And you decide whenever you want to join in on that game as a service. You know? Like, am I gonna join in on it early on, or am I gonna wait until later? The problem with MMOs, and specifically that early access, games as a service, or whatever, is an MMO is technically never finished because they're always adding new content to it. But the issue here is, when are they going to wipe the servers anymore? Are you going to be able to continue playing that character indefinitely? That's when I think the game becomes a live game. So I feel like companies like Visionary Realms with Pantheon are some of the worst out there, and Ashes of Creation, some of the worst out there, because they're saying, we want to start taking your money, but you don't get to keep that character forever. The game's not ready for you to keep that character forever, but you do have to pay us to play the game. And it's like, I feel like, you know, for an MMO, that's just that's crappy. It's terrible. Like, you should never take money until that character stays. But that's me. I don't know. Protest with your wallets? Yeah, we have to protest with our wallets. The reason they do early access for MMOs is because it never finishes, and most aren't charging subs anymore. Well, I mean, and I get that, but it's not really early access. It's just the game is live now. Like, you don't call it. It's not early access. It's really not. Once you start taking money for the game and you have no intentions of deleting the characters and restarting any of servers. The game is just live. It's just a game currently being built. So it's not an early access game. I hope they stick to game dropping in October. I do too. Yeah. Personally enjoy my Ashes. Got at least 9,000 hours into it. 9,000 hours? That's a lot of time. That's a crazy amount of time. Even I haven't put 9,000 hours into some of these MMOs. What about Monster Memory charging a sub during early access, which is actually open pre-alpha? Well, that's what I'm saying. Their early access is the launch of the game. And they've said that multiple times. They're still calling it early access. I don't think they should. I think they should rephrase it. But, you know, that's kind of splitting hairs. But at least with Monsters and Memories, when early access comes out, they have said that those characters are staying. They're not being reset anymore. Unlike Pantheon, who's literally the exact opposite that, right? Pantheon's like, oh, this is an early access game. We are absolutely going to wipe all servers at 1.0. They're literally just crowdsourcing it at that point, again, for like the umpteenth time. They're just trying to find a different avenue to crowdsource it. And I don't know, I just disagree with that. Oh my god. I didn't get my... Oh well. It's a soft launch? Yeah, exactly. Early access is a soft launch. It should be. You shouldn't, like... I think that Visionary Realms is one of the worst. And so is Ashes of Creation. They were one of the worst about it. By putting the game out there, having people pay for it, but knowing full well the game is not ready to be played. Like, they absolutely knew going in that the game was not ready. But they did it anyway. And then they're just like, well, it's in beta, guys. No, it's in early access. Specifically. It is not in beta. It is in early access. Which are very different because you couldn't put it on Steam in beta. And that's what I don't like about it. And that's what I really don't like about some of these companies. Specifically, Pantheon and Ashes of Creation. They knew what they were doing. They knew absolutely what they were doing. Will this be on Steam in October? No. I doubt it. I mean, maybe, but probably not. Ashes was labeled as alpha till it came out on Steam as EA. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. They labeled it as alpha, and then they're like, oh yeah, we're going to put it out as early access. No, it's an alpha game. Like, the game's not ready for early access. It's just not. But they try to get away with it because, well, they do get away with it is the problem. They get away with it all the dang time. And it's, you know, it's kind of frustrating. I don't know why more people aren't upset about that. And I also don't know why people defend it. Like, that's probably worse. Like, I can understand you playing the game, like you paid your $40, $50, whatever you paid for it, and you're like, I got some time out of it. I'm not mad about it. But the people that defend it, that are like, no, they absolutely should do this. No, they shouldn't. Like, that's what Kickstarter is. And GoFundMe, you know? It's wild. Pantheon is still in pre-alpha. Yeah, absolutely. Like, Pantheon is they almost made it to beta, and then they went back again, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, what is happening here? And then people still defend it. They still defend that game, and I don't understand it. Level 30 patch and dual class patch just went live on their PTR when the snafu happened. Wait. They accidentally released the level 30 patch and dual class patch. And they didn't mean to. Can't stand Pantheon. Stupid wide leg stance tunes. Dwarves and ogres are the exact same body. Dwarves and ogres were the same, and the halflings were basically just humans that they made smaller. Yeah, Pantheon, Visionary Realms and Pantheon has completely lost my respect. Completely lost my respect. I want to keep giving them credit, and I want to keep trying their game, but every time I do, I get more upset with them. I just every single time I'm just like, really? Another fiasco? You know, at this point, it's on us for continuing to play their game and talk about their game. Pantheon spent more time reducing the polygons of race models than they did creating them. I mean, at this point, yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. Officially was coming out a week later than the Corpo stuff happened on Ashes. It was already live on the private PTR. It's crazy. Like, that's the kind of blunders that keep happening over there. And I wonder why people keep on being like, nope, that's okay. We are the problem. We are the issue. We players and we gamers are the problem. Because we keep falling for it and we keep allowing it to happen. We have to stop. You know, that might be the one time that I agree with Asmongold. When he watched somebody play Pantheon, and he was like, what is this? I might actually agree with him on that one. We probably should have all listened. Would have added at least another 500 levels to the grind since you have to level each subclass. Wait, so in Pantheon you do? You have to level each subclass for stuff? Oh, in Ashes. Okay. That's something that, like, I keep seeing on EQ Legends. I was like, I'm keeping an eye on EQ Legends, right? I have no intentions of playing it at this time. But I'm keeping an eye on it because it is an old school, you know, MMORPG, and I do like those, etc. But I read a Reddit post recently where people were saying that EQ Legends is going to die in a month or something because people are just going to get max level in a few days to a week, and they're going to do all the content, etc., etc., etc. And I tend to agree with that. Right? I tend to agree with that statement. That it will die within a month. But the people defending it, those are the ones that I find funny. Because there was a guy on there that was defending it saying, that's just not true, let me set the record straight, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, after you have leveled up your first trio, which he in fact said that only took him approximately 50 hours. It took him 50 hours to get his first trio to max level and lots of AAs and start doing the end game content. He's like, you still have all of the other classes to level. And I'm like, okay, but how many people actually want to level up all of those classes? Like somebody like me probably would. But on average, your average MMO player isn't going to go and level every single class to 50, then get all the AAs, and want to do like all of the different content in the game. You know, I get that the game probably has hundreds or thousands of hours worth of content in it, but you have to assume what the average player is going to do. They're probably going to get one character up to max level and do all the content, maybe get a second alt up to max level and do some more content with them. Then they're going to probably get bored and they're probably going to quit the game. Like, that's most likely what's going to happen in any MMO. Final Fantasy 14 players do, and I did on Final Fantasy 14. The reason Final Fantasy 14 players do is because they can do it all on one character. Now, can you do that in EverQuest Legends? Can you do it all on one character and get all of the different levels? You might be able to. Like, I haven't looked at it closely enough. But even still, like, even in Final Fantasy 14, I didn't need to do it. And most people actually got bored of it after a while and didn't do it. So, yeah, I don't know. Zaid played Pantheon for 48 hours at Season's launch and won't touch it again till 1.0, if then. Yeah, exactly. Did everything in a day and quit. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's how I am with it. I played Pantheon for 3,000 plus hours. And they literally have done nothing with it. I'm done with the game. I have no intentions of playing it again. If they come out in 1.0, I might go back and look at Pantheon again. But people kept asking me, oh, you need to go try it out. You need to go try. So I tried out the PTR because people kept asking me to go check it out. I played the PTR. It was worse than it was when I played it way before the PTR. They didn't fix anything. They just broke more stuff. I'm done. I'm done. Secrets change rules and mechanics too much for me to even try it. Oh, you're talking about EQ Legends? Yeah. I got server first, all classes max level on P99. I'm not normal, though. Yeah. Maxing all classes, level abilities, my favorite part of an RPG now. Yeah, I mean, some people will find it fun, but you're not the average player, right? That's the thing that you have to look at. We got to look at the average players. You're not going to keep the game afloat. One person. Using persona and a quest to change the main job. Okay. You can freely swap the subclasses in EQ Legends. I guess in that case, then yeah, maybe people will do it because it's kind of like Final Fantasy at that point. And some people will do that. But they're making a big assumption that your average player is going to want to do that. Because they're not. Like, look at Final Fantasy 14. I bet you we could find the statistics on that and show that in Final Fantasy 14, how many people actually leveled up all of their characters, all of their the jobs to to 90 or what is it, 100 now? I think they're a level 100 now. I imagine it's not the majority of the players. I don't think the average gamer knows how sweaty the poop sockers are off the radar. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, that's another funny thing. People hate the content creators, like, especially in this game. I get a lot of hate just for being a streamer because I got streamer privilege. And it's like, I don't have a privilege, guys. There's no privilege to being a streamer on this game. But they hate those people, and it's like, we're not even the biggest poop sockers of the game. Honestly, like, we're not. There's people that play this game more than I do. But they don't get hate. They don't get any of the hate. And it's just because they're not in your face. Final Fantasy 14, 84% have leveled all classes to 90. But above that is less? Well, yeah, because that's the newest stuff. 84% of all classes to 90. Really? I feel like that statistic is off. I mean, I'm not going to dispute it because I don't know. But I just feel like that's off. It's mainly the only thing to do in Final Fantasy 14 is to level jobs. I mean, it is. Either level jobs or do in-game... The in-game Savage raids and whatnot, yeah. And not everybody wants to do the in-game Savage raids. You only use story quests to level it gains... Well, yeah, that's true. Like, you do level very quickly after that, right? You do the story to get your character to the max level of that expansion, and then every character after that, it's so fast to level. Like, super fast. You hit 90 in 6 hours? Yeah, not even trying to, yeah. I'll think all I did when I leveled my characters up was just I unlocked them and then I just took them into dungeons. I just rolled dungeon after dungeon after dungeon after dungeon. That's all I did, and yeah, it was super easy. And you do that with your XP bonus because you get the double XP bonus. So you only play the character that you're leveling every few days, and you have the maximum XP bonus. It's the way to do it. Definitely the way to do it. By the way, I've enjoyed this chat today, kind of more so than other days. We've been talking about a lot of things other than Monsters and Memories, which is nice. Nice change of pace. Final Fantasy XI was a full MMORPG. You could play on console. 14 is a console MMORPG you can play on PC. Yeah, I can see that. Agree, Helter Smelter? Yeah, it's been a fun day just chatting about stuff, you know. This is what I need to do if we're gonna break out of the MMORPG genre, or just break out of just specifically Monsters and Memories being the only game that I play and stream. We're gonna have to talk about other games and get involved in those too. I need to like pick a day of the week, like one day a week. I need to get with like Esar or something, and we'll start playing Street Fighter, and I'll stream that, and just like me and Esar just like battle it out. Wasn't there one more mob down this way? I think there was. Did I miss one? Higher population on console and on PC. I have played Final Fantasy 14 on console. I was in a raid guild, or in a raid group, I guess. Oh my gosh! We're just gonna do these three. It's fine. I was in a raid group and I had to travel, and I didn't want to take my PC. I didn't want to take everything with me, so I just took my PlayStation. And I learned how to play Final Fantasy 14 on the console in like one day. I mean, I knew how to play the game because I played it a bunch on the PC. But yeah, I learned how to play on console in like one day, just so I could do a raid. It was actually pretty fun and pretty simple. I actually enjoyed playing it with a controller. Most PC play. I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard a lot of the PC players use controller now, which is crazy to me. I actually think that game might be easier to play with a controller because there's so many buttons that you have to push. It's easier to have a controller with all those buttons right there at your fingertips, literally. Very excited about October. Me too, Raid Boss. Me too. I'm looking forward to this game coming out. I'm getting tired of doing everything again. We're going to have to do it all one more time when this game comes out in October. But at least at that point going forward, we don't ever have to do it again. So that'll be nice. Imagine even more will swap since the next expansion pack. They are trimming spells. Yeah, I heard about that too. I'm surprised WoW isn't console. Honestly, Final Fantasy 14 uses 30 skills. Normally, where WoW uses 4 to 11. Well, I would say, and I don't know how true this is, but I would say the reason World of Warcraft is not on console is because of how it was created, how it was developed back in 2004. It was developed for PCs and consoles. It would be hard for them to move it to a console. But I don't know. Like, I have no idea. But wait a minute. Isn't Final Fantasy 11? You said you could play that on a console, and that was out before World of Warcraft, right? I don't know. The spaghetti code is the limiter? Yeah, that's what I would think, but I don't really know. I main classic WoW. I promise you, if you play a melee class, you use more than 11 buttons. I haven't played in a long time, but I used a lot of buttons. I do know that in World of Warcraft. I used a lot of buttons. Final Fantasy 11 was on the PS2, and it was limited the game because of that. Okay, so that's right. It did come out on the console in the very beginning. So there you go. That's probably why. Whereas, so it was built to be on console. So was Final Fantasy 14. It was built originally to be on console because it was on. Wasn't it on the PS4? Or no, it was on the PS3 originally, wasn't it? And then it came out for PS4. Anything over 10 buttons is a hard pass for you? Uh-oh. I use 7 on my Fury Warrior, Rogue. Well, are you using like one button combinations in those games? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's the difference. It's like you created a one button combo. They're using multiple button combos. You're not using one button combo? I don't know then. Not trying to get injured playing a leisure game. I agree. That's kind of where I'm at with Monsters and Memories. Like, I love playing a fast action-paced game as well. But I don't know, man. I just want the chill Monsters and Memories gameplay. I just want that. And you can still make challenging content with chill gameplay. But just make it gear focused, you know? I can understand that some warriors may stance changes or a few lines of... The top-end players have separate buttons for each step of the macro. so you can diverge in real time. Yeah, that's probably true too. I don't know. Tactics is your favorite, yeah. Oh shoot. Yeah, we should play like a. I should do that. Maybe we start doing like an old school RPG day or something. I stream that for a little bit in the mornings before we play some Monsters and Memories, or after we play some Monsters and Memories. I need to play like not Triangle Strategy. I need to play Octopath Traveler 0. I haven't played that one yet. We should start doing something else, though. I should start like playing other games and start breaking out from the genre. But trying to keep it in line with like the age group. Because I feel like the age group of the people in chat are probably 30s to 40s. With a few outliers here and there. Warrior being the second best soloer in Final Fantasy XIV is wild. It is pretty crazy. Yeah. The Zennials. Played Dark Alliance and Dark Alliance 2. I've played those. I don't think I've ever played those. Wish they made Final Fantasy XIV more like Final Fantasy XI. That would have been nice, yeah. You're all about the chill gameplay? Me too. I'm super about chill gameplay. What's the earliest I can get Echoes of Magic? I don't know. Thanks for these MnM streams. I've been really enjoying them. Hope you will continue. Yep, I will, Pablo. Don't worry. Monsters and Memories is a staple at this point. I'll probably be playing this game for years. Do you got a capture card for consoles? I do, yeah. I can play console games. Absolutely. Yep. Chilling gameplay reminds me of playing City of Heroes. It was a mix of action and chilling. Yeah. We need to do more of that. Maybe I will get Octopath Traveler 0 and try to play and stream that at some point. I'm hoping this game has a strong floor. I'm excited for release and change of games. Me too, yeah. If this has a good foundation, we're gonna be set. And we're just gonna build from here. It's just gonna go up, up, up. Is Pantheon patching today? I don't know. I think the better question is Pantheon breaking their game today? Again. EA is soft release though? It is, yeah. It'll feel good to learn Tinker again as you go versus having the entire game min-max before you can turn it on. Yeah, that's true. Should be tomorrow for Pantheon. Play Leisure Suit Larry. I have played many Leisure Suit Larry games. They are fun to play for sure. You love the chill gameplay? Okay. If so many people like that chill gameplay, let's pick a game and I'll stream it one day. Maybe we'll stream it for a few days and see how it goes, and add it into the Monsters and Memories rotation. When I don't have, like on days like today when I have nothing to do in Monsters and Memories. We're just, I'm just sitting here XPing on another character that I don't need to XP on. Like this. Pointless for me to do this. The heck? Look at that. My mana volley completely casted before it shot out a single bolt. How high have I gotten to in Monsters and Memories? This is my personal third level 60 that I've leveled up. But I've got a fighter that's level 60 with all the stuff. It's my main character. I've literally done everything you could possibly do in Monsters and Memories. Except for, I guess, that 6th floor in the Grimtide, or not Grimtide, 6th floor in Glinting Hollow, because I didn't realize it was added in yet. So I need to go and do that at some point. Yeah. Hamstring on Horde for Wind Fury, rotational button. I mean, I could not really get into World of Warcraft button stuff. Just like all the different rotations, and I couldn't get into it. What does 60 look like time-wise in Monsters and Memories? It depends on your class right now, and it's going to change. It's very subject to change in the future. If you are playing in a full group of 6 players and you're working together, you're looking at 400 plus hours, probably closer to 500 hours. If you're playing a good solo class and you're really good at it and you know what you're doing, you could potentially get to 60 in less than 200 hours. So it really depends on your class. If it's a good solo class or if it's not, and it depends on your group makeup. There's too many factors. It's a huge range. Get a Switch 2, get a capture card, then beat every game on Nintendo Game Pass. I already have a Switch 2. I already have a capture card. What games are on the Nintendo Game Pass? Remember, you have 38 bindings on a controller anyway? You do, yeah. I'm surprised solo is that good. Yeah. I've been saying for a long time that solo is too good. I am proving it right now. I will show you. /played. For those that don't believe me, well, here. Because people still don't believe me. My /played's right there. That says 7 days. 7 days. And I'm level 57. Getting close to 58. That's 7 times 24. What's that? 7 times 24. Boom. 168 hours, guys. I'm still not even at 200 hours yet. And I'm coming up on... Like, it's coming up quick. 18 days... Is level 18 with 1 day, 24 hours? Yeah. When does group XP slow down? I would say level... Depends on the class. As early as level 4. Andy was doing professions. You talking about me? And I have also, yeah, done some profession stuff. Yeah, like I've done other things too. 150 hours to 600 plus hours to 1 to 60, yeah. What are you recommended classes for solo play? Right now, I would say Wizard, Necromancer, Enchanter, Druid, Archer, Ranger, Elementalist. Even the Shadow Knight is pretty good solo play. There's a bunch. But in the future, that'll change. That'll definitely change. You think it's okay if it's only quad counting wizards and druids leveling that fast? I don't think it's okay at all. Because if a druid can level that fast, then it would be faster to level a druid to 60 and then go back and power level every other class to 60. Because you can power level a class in a couple hundred hours as well. So if it's going to take me, if I play my fighter from day 1 and I have to group with my fighter to get from 1 to 60, and it's going to take me 400 to 500 hours, or I can play a druid and do it in 200 hours and then power level a fighter in 200 hours. Now I've got 2 characters level 60 in the same amount of time as it took 1 character to get to 60. That's not good. That's garbage. Like why would like anybody that's trying to get there very quickly would do that? Should not be the case. Kiting is king, though. I mean, kiting can be faster. I don't have an issue with kiting being fast and quad kiting being fast and being able to solo. I have no issue with that. But it shouldn't be this fast. It's less than half the time. That's crazy. I asked this, but didn't get an answer. Where's a good place for enchanting mats for low level? Oh man, where did that person say the other day? Somebody said something about it the other day. Was it Quackums? I don't know if he's still in chat right now. He found a pretty good spot for low level. T2, I would do the Sangrels in Keeper's Bite. Yeah. I'm a cleric player, so you're screwed. Right now, as a cleric player, you would get a duo, and you could do it in probably 300 hours. Probably. A duo leveling together right now, the right duo, like a cleric plus a monk or a fighter or something, you could do it fairly quickly. Quadding should be wizard only for sure. Well, right now, quadding is basically wizard only. Druids trying to quad kite, they can do it, but not nearly as effectively as a wizard can. They're way less effective. Corrupted leather, disenchantable, drops off the Ashira. Yeah, that's another good one. That's for tier 2, I believe. It's another good spot for tier 2. Power leveling 2 druids to power level everything else is the pro starter strat. It really is. Yeah. Power level a druid and then power level, or level a druid and then power level everything else. It's the way to. It is honestly, if you want to be world first, that's what you're going to have to do. We need at least one of the priest classes to be good at solo. Helps buff noobs and keep the server alive. Well, I mean, that would be druid right now. But the shaman is also pretty good at soloing. Like, it's not bad. They allow multi-box or a true box server. You can multi-box on some servers. So some servers will be no boxing and some servers will be boxing. So just make sure if you want a multi-box, just play on a box server. Are all the corrupted stuff disenchantable? That's what I hear, yes. Nova. That's what people say. Mining for clouded crystallized mana and hunting wild wisp for their burnt out light stones is all I know. Yeah. It's rough. That is definitely rough. They're probably going to change disenchanting though in the future, I would imagine. Because enchanting and disenchanting right now just feels kind of bad. And really, if you get to tier 3 and you can go to the Adashira Island that I showed off for over a week, you can level it up super fast. Like it's like really slow and then crazy fast once you get to the tier 3 stuff, which isn't balanced at all. Max Necro first for early farming, buying gear for 20 characters. You could do that too. Yeah, you could do that. Here's the thing about this game, though. If you don't go that Necro route, that's kind of the only way you could do what I'm about to say if you're trying to solo. Hopefully they make this game challenging enough to where the solo player that just levels very quickly and gets to 60 first won't be able to do any of the levels like 50 plus content. Won't be able to solo it. So they're not going to be able to get a lot of the really good gear. Hopefully. You're going to have a tank, a healer, some DPS, and a CC to be able to get the good gear. If they don't do it that way, I'm going to be very disappointed. Right now, it is not that way. But they really need to make it that way so that a group that actually plays together and levels up together and gets to level 60 together would then be able to actually do stuff and get some good gear. So they're going to hopefully have an advantage once they get into that level 50 plus range. Have a very big advantage. The people that just play their solo classes, though, and level very fast, and then don't have anybody to actually play with, hopefully will have a huge disadvantage by the time they hit in their 50 plus range. Hopefully. Yes, very much hopefully. Hopeful, wishful thinking. We will see what happens. So far, they have not done that. Beastmasters were the best at leveling till they fixed their pet bug. Beastmasters were really good at leveling, yeah, with that broken pet. That was another one of Nick's things, apparently. According to devs, that was a Nick issue. As I've said many times, Nick did not do much balancing in this game. He would just throw stuff in and see what stuck. Me and my girlfriend are sort of forced to play on a box server out of fear of getting banned for boxing if one of us goes AFK at the wrong time and doesn't answer GM tell in time. You know, that's a problem, Helter Smelter. It's a very big problem. I don't know how they're going to solve that. But I agree with you. Which pet was broken for Beastmaster? All of them. But their main pet had the health of an NPC. So like a level 60 Beastmaster pet would have like 10,000 health or something ridiculous. And then their armor class was broken. So the armor class formula in the game is broken. So health was more important than armor class. So those pets were the best tanks in the game. And you could resurrect them in like 3 seconds at 60% health. So if they died, you would just resurrect your pet and it would have 60% health. And then just throw it back at the mob. Rinse and repeat. Like it was completely busted for weeks. It only cost 5. Yeah, it cost very little mana. Yeah. It was just completely broken. I play on a non-boxer, but my girlfriend uses a laptop so I can easily respond. Well, that's the problem with it, right, Blade? Like that's part of the issue is catching people that are boxers versus non-boxers. That whole thing. You know, how do you tell somebody's boxing versus not boxing? You got to get petitioned for it. And then when they petition, they then have to do some sort of like road sobriety test to see if you're boxing or not. And I don't know. It's just, the whole thing is silly. Rank the pets from S to F tier. Most of the pets are actually very normalized. So like there's really very little difference between any of the pets in the game. They're the same. They're basically the same if they're the same level. That includes your druid pets and your shaman pets. They're basically the same. They did do some slight changes to them, but there's really not a whole lot of difference in them. Unfortunately, there needs to be a lot more. I can't even send them a picture of me and my girlfriend because of AI now. Yeah, you can't. You can't. Like, I'd have to have my girlfriend like come over here and like show her face, and she's not going to want to do that. She doesn't want to be live on stream. You have to FaceTime them. Yeah, it's the whole thing's silly. The whole thing is silly. I don't know how they're going to combat boxing going forward. I really don't. I mean, they're catching people boxing, sure, but they're also not catching some people boxing. And a lot of the people that they're catching boxing, they're only catching because somebody petitioned them. Oh, I need to go get another sow. The categorized stats different for pets now. Also, they need to just go based on their tier and race. Yeah, they need to do a couple things. For a while, all pets were literally the exact same. Then they started changing them slightly. They need to do more of that. They need to do a lot more of that. Which I don't think they're really going to do until this new deep dive that comes in. So I wouldn't expect the pets to really change that much until that class has its deep dive done. Should I keep leveling my crocodile hatchling with me or charm a new pet, different tiers? You can level any of those. Those are all the exact same right now. It doesn't matter what Beastmaster pet you have. You could have a bat or you could have a giant bear. They're going to have the same health, the same damage, the same everything. There's no difference in them. In the future, there's going to be a difference with like their abilities that they're going to have. Maybe their base health, maybe their armor class, maybe the damage they do. There's going to have some sort of change in the future, but right now they don't. Later Croc will most likely be a CC tank pet. Maybe. And different behaviors flag you as possible boxing until enough flags activate for an invisible GM to watch you. I mean, maybe, but like what kind of behavior? Like they have to compare this player to this player or this character to this character directly. Because like how else are you going to compare stuff? So they would have to know that you're boxing first, then compare your gameplay. If they don't have that information, then kind of moot. It's like a cow's opinion. It's a moo point. I've had GMs pop up next to me at least once a month because I'm only duo or trio. Yeah, I mean, I duoed with somebody for a long time. But we definitely weren't boxing. Having an IP extension is a flag? What do you mean by IP extension? Like you're talking about like a VPN? Like they wouldn't know if you have a VPN. But you don't even need a VPN, honestly. There's other ways to get around it. Yeah, I'm not here to tell you guys how to cheat. I just know of a few ways you can cheat. But using a VPN is one of those ways that people get around it. Another one is just using different IP addresses, like just moving in sync, logging at the same time, etc. Well, yeah, but yeah, if you have the same IP address, that's what a VPN does. Different IP address. They won't know. There's a lot of ways you can get around it. I promise you, there's a lot of ways to get around it. Oh, the IP exemption. Okay, I read that as extension. Yeah, I mean they're going to supposedly do that in the future. They're going to say, you know, like, do you have multiple people in your household that play the game, etc. And you're going to be able to flag that and say, yes, I do, no, I don't, that kind of thing. I don't know. One thing that really irritated me with the devs, specifically in this game, is a situation with me where I was using keyboard macros, mouse and keyboard macros. Well, I was talking about it so much on my stream, I think they were probably looking at me prior to the stream, but I was talking about it a lot on my stream. They came to me and said that I was using a mouse and keyboard macro. And I said, well, when? Because sometimes I did and sometimes I didn't. And they said that I was, and they specifically told me, this is where I got annoyed. They specifically told me a time that I was doing it, and that they saw me on stream doing it. And that's where I was like, okay, I would like to see where I did that on stream. And they sent me pictures. I didn't do it in those pictures on the stream. The reason I know I didn't do it in the picture on the stream, it was because the pictures they sent me of my stream were me talking about doing it or not doing it and how you can get away with it. And that just kind of honestly pissed me off. It really irritated me. I'm not saying that I hadn't done it. I fully admitted that I have used mouse and keyboard macros in this game. But when I was doing it and showing it off on my stream, they said that I had one hand up, and then I was pushing a button, and then I had a different hand up, and I was pushing a button, and then I had both hands up, and the button was still going off, and I was like, but it wasn't, because when I was doing that on my stream, very specifically, I know when I was talking about those things and I was literally going like this, talking about it, I knew exactly what I was and wasn't doing at that time. And I specifically wasn't using my mouse and keyboard macros because I was talking about not using it. Like I was literally having a conversation about it. And that's what they tried to use as my, proof. And I'm like, well, that's BS proof. It's not proof. You didn't prove anything. You showed a picture of me doing something because they said that, I guess they were saying that I can't push a button with this hand up and then put this hand down and put this hand up and push the same button. Because I guess I'm not allowed to use the same hand to push the same button. I guess. I don't know how that works. The whole thing was just really dumb and fabricated, and I was used as a I don't know the word that I'm looking for, but yeah, like an example, and it just didn't sit well with me, to be honest. It didn't sit well with me at all. I use mouse 99% of the time. I'm using gaming mouse. I do too. Yeah, I've got a gaming mouse and a gaming keyboard, and I think a lot of people are using gaming mice and gaming keyboards and using macros all the freaking time, and they're not catching all those people. I really don't think that they're catching them. And that's what I was talking about, literally in my stream, and those are the images that they were saying that I was doing it. And I was like, it just irritated me so much. Because I wasn't, in fact, doing it. At that time, I wasn't. Oh, jeez. Macros and keybinds are two different things. They are, yeah. They are different things for sure. Perhaps they were unethically monitoring your memory earlier and couldn't admit it. I mean, that's honestly what I think is going on. Yeah, I really do. Like, I think that at times, like, for some of the things that they've said, there's no way that they could prove it without invading my privacy. Or I'm not even going to use myself. There's no way they can prove certain things without invading into your PC illegally. There's just no possible way they could do it. Now, what I was using for my mouse and keyboard macros, absolutely they could detect on their end. Absolutely they can. I know that they can. But there are other things that I was doing that there's no way that they could detect, because I also did those to test it. I wanted to see when they were saying I was doing it, when I wasn't. I also very specifically didn't use macros for like an entire play session one time, like a 15-hour day play session. And I sent Sean a message and I said, "Hey, Sean, was I flagged during this play session on this day?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Well, false flag. I know it for a fact, because I very specifically didn't use a mouse and keyboard macro on that particular play session on purpose, with the idea that I was going to ask him later if it flagged me or not." So it flagged me then. It didn't flag me on a different day when I changed up my mouse and keyboard macros. And then it did flag me on a different day when I was using the mouse and keyboard macros. I've proven, at least on my side, that their detection system, it's not flawless. I don't think they think it is flawless, but they act like it's flawless sometimes. And that kind of doesn't sit well with me. Razer Synapse binds, not detectable from anyone at the moment. You don't think so? Because I've got a Razer right here. That's what this mouse is. That's a Razer. This one's a Logitech, and then I have a Corsair keyboard. I don't think the legal precedence on memory monitoring has ever been set, but it's definitely slimy. Well, it's yeah. It's just rebinding, so not illegal. Yeah. Well, there's. I'll talk about that in a second. But the legal precedence for it, in my opinion, is if they are able to read your keystrokes, right? They can see your keystrokes. What if I'm playing their game and I tab out? Well, I go here, and I go, my bank, go to my bank, right? And I go to my bank account and I log in on my bank account, and they're reading the entire time. They're reading my keyboard macro or my keystrokes. Now they know what my username and password is to my bank account. Now, people could say, well, you shouldn't log into your bank account on your gaming PC, etc. Okay, fine. I understand that. But I shouldn't not be able to do that, right? So if somebody is recording your keystrokes and they can get your login information, that is a breach of security and highly illegal. Because now what if somebody hacks them, like hacks the company that now has your keystrokes and steals that information to get into your bank account? Who's liable for that, right? They are, because they are the ones that lost the information. So that's where the whole thing becomes a problem. I love me a good Logitech with a few extra gaming buttons. Yeah, me too. So anyway, going back though to the rebinding, you can rebind, right? Like if I go to, let's do this. Let's go to Logitech G Hub, right? If I go here, I can go to my light speed here, and I can rebind, let's say this key right here to the 6 button, right? That's just rebinding it. So I go to keys and I go down to 6 and I drag it over here and put it in here. That's that. But this Earth Shatter, that's actually a macro. So if I click on my macro, that's what this does, is it hits shift and then it hits 6 and then it releases both, right? So that's a macro. I hit one button to do 2 buttons. They're two completely separate things. Now to go further into that, if let's say that I go here and to go to this macro, I can also change my delays, right? So I push the button down, I wait 50 milliseconds, I push another button down, I wait 50 milliseconds, I release it, wait, you see what I'm saying? You can also randomize these milliseconds in here if you wanted to. This is for a different game that I was using this macro for. But yeah, that's just on that particular mouse, right? I could go way, way deeper on my Corsair keyboard. And you can randomize all of it. And then how are you going to know? Like there's a lot of that. There's a lot. Oh shoot, where did all these mobs come from? Holy moly, these spawned on me on the way in. Yikes. But I think one of the reasons that they called me out on it specifically is because I was so vocal about it. I'm still pretty vocal about it. I still don't believe that they can actually detect as much as they can. Or as much as they think they can. I don't think they can. But, whatever. I think you need a couple more cases for it to actually be precedence. I mean, I'm not that concerned with it. I just play without any of my mouse and keyboard macros anymore. I don't even rebind any. For this particular game, I don't even rebind any of my abilities. The only one that I have rebound is actually on my my Logitech, this one right here. Which actually might still be a macro, to be honest with you. I don't know if I ever changed it. Nope, it's just the 6 button. So it's just that, numpad 0. I've got that. Yeah, this is literally my mouse and keyboard. I've just rebound keys. They're just rebound keys. So. Normal stuff, shift 1 through 6, rebind, control. Yeah. Like that's all to me normal stuff, but they don't like it. I haven't checked them for this game. I just know it's usually where other games draw the line, so I figured it'd be similar. For which one? If it's one key to one key, then yes. Well, no, it's actually not. Let me do a quad kite, and I'll talk about why that doesn't actually work for this game, and what they're doing for this game in particular. Because even if you rebind a key, and this is where I was getting in trouble, and I'll show it to you here in a second if I can remember how to do it. I kind of stopped messing with it after a while. But if you rebind a key, you can use the rapid key press feature on your mouse and keyboard. And what that does is it will, if you push a key, if I push like the 1 key, it pushes and releases it immediately. Like within a quarter or like a fraction of a millisecond. So you only have to press the button for it to release the button. And because it's impossible for you to push a button and release it that fast. So even if you're doing that, it'll trigger their system. I was triggered on their system one time doing that, or flagged on their system or whatever one time doing that, because it looks at it as an automated thing, because it is technically automated. So you got to be very careful with that too. Like there's a couple different ways you can rebind a key. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. But they take it extremely seriously. Like, in all honesty, I think they take it a little too seriously. Like, it's a video game, you know? It's a video game. And at some point, you're just kind of taking the fun out of it. I don't understand how that would give you a huge advantage. Well, it doesn't. That's kind of the point that I'm making. Some of this stuff doesn't give you a huge advantage. It's just kind of like a quality of life kind of thing. So here, let me show you on my Corsair keyboard, which is the IQ. All right, so we open up IQ, right? If I go to my Monsters and Memories tab, which I believe is this one, and then we go to key assignments. Yeah, got it. So I could make a macro, right? This one right here, this particular macro, if I hit my G6 key, will hit. Let's do it a different way. Let me show you two ways you can do it, right? So if I wanted to make my G1 key, we're gonna make a new macro for the G1 key. I could do keyboard G1 macro, well, let's do it this way. Macro G1 key, or keyboard, make this G1 key, and then it pushes on it just remap keyboard to my W, right? So when I hit G1, it becomes W. Or I can make a different macro, and I could go to my macros, which are down here, and I could make my G1 key, and I could record W. Okay? And then I can stop recording. So now when I hit my G1 key, it hits W. Basically the exact same thing. Or I could do it this way, which is a completely different thing. So let me clear out this. So this will push down on the button, and then in 50 milliseconds, and then release the button. That's what that does, right? But let's say that I delete all these events. Oops, delete all events. And I just want to add a new event. Well, now I want to add in a keyboard event, a keystroke of W. And I say add. That pushes it and releases it within like so fast, faster than humanly possible. There won't be that 50 millisecond delay between the push and the release. That'll flag their system because it's not humanly possible. So this is literally just a remap of the W key to my G1, right? That's literally all it is. But this will flag in their system because it doesn't have, it has a push and release immediately. So another thing I could do, though, is I could come in here and I could do new event. I could keyboard press W, new event, delay event, and we'll do a random delay between 100 and 500 milliseconds, right? And then add another event that is a release W and add that. Now this looks like every time I press it, a push, a wait so many seconds randomly, and a release so many seconds. This would be less likely flagged on their system. So they all do literally the same thing, but some are flagged and some are not. All right. So anyway, let me delete these because I'm not using macros. Delete this. I'm even gonna delete this one because I don't use it either. Macro so powerful it crashed the stream. It did, yeah. Devs caught onto the stream, exactly. But anyway, that's kind of my point. Is like they're all the exact same. They all do the same thing, but they do it in different ways. And depending on how you actually set up your macro, it may or may not flag their system. Just depending on how you set it up. And I've proven that on my own end. I stopped doing it though because I don't know the best words to use here. I always say things very poorly, as we talked about yesterday. But I stopped testing it because of their attitude towards it. Because they got super mad about me doing stuff, even though it was very basic and it was just like it wasn't game breaking. Like it wasn't anything that they really should be concerned with, but they were super concerned with me talking about it or doing it, which I thought was ridiculous. So I just kind of gave up, yeah. As long as it doesn't give you some sort of advantage, they should just ignore it. Unfortunately, they don't. And that's kind of where I was kind of getting upset with the situation and kind of stopped talking about it. And I haven't talked about it for a while because of that. But I was trying to say that for accessibility features and things like that, there's reasons that you would want to have that, right? There's definitely reasons you would want to do that. For people that might need more accessibility for the game. I was trying to be an advocate to open their game up to more players, especially those that are disabled in some way. And all I got met with was, for lack of a better word, a bit of hostility. And I did not appreciate it, to be honest. I did not appreciate it. Like I'm literally trying to help them make a better game, and I was met with a bit of hostility towards it. Because they took it as me trying to figure out a way to cheat. And I wasn't trying to do that. I literally told them what I was doing. Like I wasn't hiding it. I was literally telling them what I was doing. And they still kind of got on my case about it. So I gave up. Is the wizard the best solo XP farmer? Yes. My G keys on left all are control 1 through 6. On my mouse, it's alt 1 through 6, and keyboard is 1 through 6. With no delay. Yeah. If you don't put the delay on there, it'll definitely flag in their system. I'm trying to figure out how that's a macro because I used to play newer MMOs where a macro is actually linking multiple in-game features to one button. Yeah, I was literally only pushing one button at a time with my macros, and they flagged me and told me that I couldn't do that. And I was literally told that if it continues, I will be banned from the game. And I was like, are you kidding me? I'm pushing one freaking button. Anyway. Whilst I do understand you get annoyed, fundamentally you were doing more than one key to one key when the parameters are added in. Zero delay, random delay, whatever it may be. That being said, I'm not saying I'm against it. Just makes sense as to why it would trigger the system. Yeah, no, I totally get why it triggered the system because it was with the zero delay. It's like a push and release, zero delay. It's the rapid fire. I want to say that they even have like rapid fire. If you look at the IQ, oops, that's what I was using. I think that flagged it at one point. You could go in to key assignments. Oh, this is another flag right here. Use device memory versus not device memory. This one right here was another one that flagged their system. But if you go in here, where the heck was the rapid fire thing? I forget where it is now, but there's a button that you can turn on and turn off, and I messed with that one at one point too. And it was rapid fire, which is the one that you on every single button press, it would push and release it immediately, and it's called rapid fire. But the device memory thing, this is another one that flagged me. They said at one point my button presses were coming from software, not keyboard. Well, that's because it's not device memory. I had remapped them through the software. So when I push a button on my keyboard, it goes to the software. The software then tells the program what to do. All I had to do was flag this on. Now it's coming from the keyboard. But it's literally the same macro. The only difference is this turned on versus this turned off. That was another thing that irritated me. Rapid fire being banned is a shame. That feature is particularly helpful for people with joint problems specifically. Yeah, that was really my biggest argument for the accessibility. Is people that can't sit there and do this. They just want to be able to push a button down and like have it like a turbo button, right? Hold the button down and it does the thing. But can't do that. I think it's an accessibility feature that should be in the game. Yeah, I think they know that, Blade. I think they know that those things are the case. But the thing is, it's like they're I don't feel like that their detection software, and I'm probably going to get ridiculed by the GMs or devs again for just me speaking about this. Because the whole reason that I got ridiculed and stuff before and where they caught me before was because I was talking about it on my stream. Had I not been talking about it and not been making a big deal about it, I probably would have not been looked at as closely, and it probably would have never been caught. Some of the things I was doing. Some of the things I was doing was blatantly obvious, right? And it was absolutely cheating. I will fully admit, some of the things that I did were absolutely cheating. Because I made other mouse and keyboard macros. Like I made one to buff people. So I would hit one button, and it would cast a spell, and then it would delay for X seconds, and then it would cast another spell, and it would delay, and it would cast another spell, and it would delay, and then it would sit down or whatever. Like, I created those too, just to see if you could get away with them. Those flag their system. And rightfully so. They should flag their system. Absolutely should flag their system. But the one that I got in trouble for is the pushing of one button. Literally the pushing of one button. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, that's where you draw the line? Can jam with an option of wild press, fire off skill by default, but I can agree with them trying to avoid offloading it to a third-party program. Well, yeah, but I mean, I get where it's coming from, but at the same time, it's like, you know, it's the same thing. One of them is okay and the other one's not okay, but they literally do the same exact thing. So it's like, well, you know, I don't know, pick a lane. I don't know. I macroed my fighter spells to one button. Is that bad? Are you doing an in-game macro? Like, if you macro if you go here and you do, you know, cast 1, cast 2, cast 3, right, like that, and then you put that down here on your hotbar, and then you push that one button, then no, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Software macros? Nope, can't do that. That can get you flagged. Will it get you flagged? That's where I'm kind of talking about. Sometimes it flags you, sometimes it doesn't, depending on how you made the macro. If you made the macro on the device itself and it's saved to the device, that's one, and you did it with certain types of delays, not like instant presses and stuff, you're probably going to get away with it. You're probably going to be fine. With in-game macro system, it makes even less sense now. Yeah, there's an in-game macro system, and that's where that's where the argument kind of started, and where I kind of was just like, okay, wait a minute, why are we getting all mad at this point? Because I told them all I was doing is hitting the same button over and over and over. I made a macro that would push the button and hold it down, and it would do the same thing. And I also made one that would toggle the button press on and off. Push the button once and it would toggle it on, and it would repeatedly press, and then I push the button again and it would toggle it off. I've made all three of those types of macros, or I've done it all three different ways. And the funny thing is, the toggling one didn't get flagged for the longest time. It was the one where I push and held the button down that got flagged. But when I did the toggle one, it didn't get flagged at first. And I was like, why? That's the bad one, when I can just turn it on and not do anything. And it's just constantly pressing a button. I tried it all different ways, and it was weird, the things that it was flagging, the things that it wasn't flagging. It was very, very weird. As long as it's in-game feature, you should be fine. GMs would harass you otherwise. Yeah, I use the in-game feature all the time. On my fighter, yeah, I've got all my abilities macroed to the hot bars at the bottom and then different buttons for them. I use that all the time. But anyway, that's my story. So now I don't use any macros, as I just showed you on my different keyboards and stuff. So like on here, this is my Monsters and Memories profile, and it has 0 key assignments, nothing special. Like I literally just turned them all off. And then on my Logitech, I do have some that are remapped. So if I go in here, if I go to my Monsters and Memories profile, these are the ones I have remapped, but it's just remapping the buttons, and I very rarely use them anyway. But I've just remapped them to different buttons. Oops. People will absolutely use macros. They will. They're going to use macros, and they're going to get away with it. Despite me trying to help them through that process, they just used me as a example. Because the hold down is over-clicking the toggle. Does it on a timer? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, some were flagging and some weren't. And when I tried to have the conversation, because I like at first they were cool about it. You know, they were like, okay, well, what is causing the false flags and things like that, right? Sean was really cool about it at first. And I tried to explain it to Sean. I was like, here's what it is. He wanted me to talk to somebody else. So I talked to somebody else about it. That person didn't want to hear it at all. They had zero intentions of listening through the conversation. I was trying to explain it, and they were just like, no, you're not doing that. And I'm like, no, but I am doing that. No, you're not. Okay, but I am. And I'm trying to figure out why. But it's not a false flag. But it is, and here's how. Here's what I'm doing that causes the false flag. Here's what I'm doing that doesn't cause. I was trying to explain that, and literally was just told that I was lying. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I am done trying. I don't even care anymore. Like, literally just don't care. Very combative conversation is what it was. Extremely combative conversation. Because he thought I was talking about creating... He thought I was getting the out-of-game macros, the mouse and keyboard macros, confused with in-game macros. And I wasn't getting those confused, but he thought I was getting those confused. So, yeah, I just gave up on it. Their macro software that records key press, they won't be able to detect them. Well, exactly. That's the thing. There's software that talks and moves like a real player does. There is. You know, the funny thing is, I used auto hotkey as well. Never got flagged for auto hotkey. Not once. I did a lot of things with auto hotkey previously to test things out, and before they had any stance on macroing and all this kind of stuff. I was just like, well, what can I do with auto hotkey? I could do a lot. Like a crazy amount. I don't use any of that stuff anymore, but I have tested it out. And I'll fully admit it because I'm trying to help them make a better game. Not because I want to cheat, but I want to help them make a better game. Pretty much nothing stops auto hotkey. They claim that it does. They claim that they can detect auto hotkey, and I'm like, okay, if you say so. I think they can detect some things with auto hotkey, but I think there's a lot of things that they can't. Testing those systems is a great thing to do. I think so too, but they apparently felt otherwise. I think it's kind of futile fight against it. Just design the game with the assumption it'll be used. I agree. I think you should design the game with the assumption it's going to be used, and even embracing it to a point for people that are disabled, people that have joint issues that can't press buttons repeatedly, people that are going to be moving slower. This is supposed to be sandwich style combat. I mean, Sean's missing a pinky for goodness sake, right? What about people that are missing other digits? You know, they might rebind their keyboard and their mouse to be able to do things, and they're going to get flagged because they're missing digits. Like, it's just silly. I know MapleStory can detect if you use auto hotkey, so something detects it somehow. Well, what their software in this game does is it detects if it's coming through software or hardware. That's how they were detecting it. And I haven't used the auto hotkey in a long time. I used it on the alpha server, like early on, and I haven't used it in a long time since then. But I don't know. You can't create a system where people get whitelisted after verification of disability. That just doesn't work. I mean, it could work, but it's kind of like I got to prove my disability. I don't know. It's a whole thing. What is that, like ADA or whatever? ADDA? Something like that? The Disabilities Act and all that? Yeah, those groups are pretty powerful groups. So it seems like the direction they're taking, and it's invasive. It's very invasive, the direction they're taking. And it's just going to be a matter of time before somebody scrutinizes it and is like, wait a minute, you're doing what on my computer? No. So we'll see. Proving your disability is just demeaning. It is. It's very demeaning. MapleStory scans your PC for set software is how they detect it. Is that how they're doing it? I'm fine with expanding areas of accessibility. However, they absolutely need to do what they can to prevent situations like show EQ. Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's why, like, I kind of was a little bit irritated with it, because I'm not doing something like show EQ, or like they have a third-party app that you guys may or may not know about. But there is a third-party app you can get for this game that shows a map, like a map overview of on your screen. Like a lot of games have this. New World had it. EverQuest has one. World of Warcraft has them. Like, there's these add-ons that people build, and they make it to where it shows the freaking map. That people have made one for this game. The devs have found it. They've turned it off. Then they've fixed it, and then they've disabled it, and then fixed it, and they've gone kind of back and forth about it. Those things, absolutely. Fight those all day. But somebody trying to stop having to do this all day is ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I'll be extremely vocal about it till the day I die, because I think it's that ridiculous. Like, I'm literally streaming the game. You can see that I'm not automating my gameplay because they watch me play it. But they use my stream and images from my stream to prove that I'm automating gameplay. I'm like, I'm physically sitting here doing it. Like, clearly, I'm not automating it. Oh my gosh, dude. Anyway. Weak auras, yeah, all that kind of stuff. You need encryption between client and server. Yeah. There are apps for keyboard software that link auto hotkey to it, so still undetectable, even MapleStory. Well, exactly. Like, it's... Yeah. What they're doing, what I feel like is happening here is they're going to catch people that are just not good at cheating. And those are the ones that are only doing it for accessibility reasons, right? They're trying to make the game easier for them to play because they have accessibility issues of some sort. Those are the people that are going to get in trouble, and those are the ones that are going to end up getting banned. So, whatever. If that's what they want to do with it. And I know that I'm an outspoken person. I get it. I'm very outspoken. I'm very loud. I totally understand that. But it doesn't make my points less valid. I prefer they built an option for action happens while pressed, which is an option for keybinds in most engines. Yeah. That would be nice. Action while pressed, and then you can have it just built into their game. I think they need to build more accessibility options into the game, for sure. But here's the issue with that, right? What's to prevent you from putting a rock on your keyboard? That's a while pressed action that's in the game, and you're able to do that. So now I can just take a rock and put it on my keyboard, and it just does it indefinitely. Is that okay? Disproportionately affecting the disabled sounds like discrimination. I mean, it's a borderline discrimination issue, yes. And I don't know, like I don't want that to happen to this dev team. I really don't. But I don't know if it would, you know, like I don't know. I don't know. People with arthritis can't categorize as disabled. As disabled is only categorized for whether you can work or not. If you're old, retired, yeah. That's kind of that. Like this whole conversation also goes back to my conversation about this gamma slider and the brightness on your monitor and the gamma on your monitor and your video card settings. You're telling me that the game like has to be played at a certain level of darkness? Like they want you to play the game like this without a light source, like all the time, where you can't see anything over here because they want the game to be this dark at night? Well, what's that going to do? What about people that have vision issues? They have vision problems, so they have to turn their gamma up to be able to play the game. Like that becomes a whole other issue, right? It's kind of in the same ballpark, but you know, I don't know. They said this is a niche MMO. Maybe anti-ableism is part of that mantra. Maybe. The fact this game is made for people with arthritis is the funny part. The fact that it's not made for people with arthritis is the funny part, right? Like they don't want. They're making a game for people that are older. You know, like that's kind of their focus is trying to make a slower paced game. For an older audience that played old school MMOs. And then they're like, nope, we don't want accessibility features. Like, what? Why wouldn't you want accessibility features? I would say a majority, like 80% of your player base is over 45. or over 40 at least. I think using re-render distance and black fog is the best way to handle darkness. Maybe. I don't know. Remember back when you had to have a third-party application for EQ windowers? Sometimes these... yeah. The target audience is people with arthritis? Yeah, exactly. But the game won't allow it? Yeah. I mean, it's just... I don't know. The whole thing is kind of silly to me. You know, I really like this game. I like the way that the game plays. I like all of that. But just some of their stances, and I'm all for the anti-cheating, right? I don't like cheating in video games. I don't like it. All for everything they can do to prevent it. But, you know, at some point, I don't know. I think we were talking about it earlier as well. Just let me play, like where you were saying that this game and Pantheon both are kind of being developed for the casual player and how the casual player plays. And I think that all kind of falls into that category, you know. You say that, but I know an old guy who had hearth set to his heart rate, but he was 85. Wait, what? If his heart rate got too high, it would hearth him? What? Just me, or does the music in this game remind you of Return to Monkey Island? I can see that, yeah. Or hear that. Yeah. I haven't played Return to Monkey Island in a long time. Hearthstone auto casted when your heart rate got too high or low. That's funny. That would be illegal in this game. Not allowed to do it. What do I think about the starting places? I think we need more of them. It's really all I think about them. We just need more of them. Trying to pile in, like at the start of a new server, you're trying to pile in 1,000+ people into one zone. It's awful. Absolutely awful. Night Harbor is nice, but the zone AI breaks down when you have too many people in the zone. It does, yeah. And I think that's what caused a lot of the lag in Night Harbor, is that you just have so much going on. So many players that are interacting with different NPCs. Then you start fighting in there, and you have like the trains that are happening. There's just so much happening in that one zone. Yeah, it's a lot. Will not be a city for every race. More like one city for every 3 races. That's probably true. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be one. There's definitely not going to be one for every race. But yeah, it'd probably be like 2 or 3 races per city. So you hard going to be limited by legal acceptable keybinds and the number of spots on your ability bar at the bottom. What do you mean? So the at the bottom of the screen, if you go to your settings keybinds, you can change those way down here. Your hot buttons, all of these right here. So 1 through 12 here, and you can make them whatever you want. They're all shift 1 through plus sign right now, but you can make them whatever you want on these other keys. Supposed to be a city for every race and more than one for humans. I mean, maybe eventually. I don't know. Like, is that the plan? I think they need to break Night Harbor into multiple zones. They've talked about that several times. So yeah, they might do that. I don't know. Did you know that this area right here? Look how I just cleared out the entire thing. These are the only 4 mobs that were up. If a dev comes over here, or if another player comes over here and starts pulling these mobs, they'll tell you to share them. That's part of the play nice policy. Even though one player, one character can clear all of these. And I'm not even actually doing it as quickly as you can. An Enchanter Charming can actually do these faster. I want to say that an Enchanter Charming can level faster than the Wizard can quad kiting. The Ashir Island, yeah, you can keep that clear too, no problem. But I was told that you have to share that as well. And if you're in a full group over there, still got to share it. Whole play nice policy is very, very messed up. I asked if every race is supposed to have a starting city. They said yes. The discussion came up during the design with the deep. Okay, well, yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, if they can actually do that. I mean, that's probably like a 1.0 kind of stretch goal. But yeah, it'd be nice if they can do that. Play nice policy, but PvP. Well, apparently they have the play nice policy on the PvP servers now, so. It's a whole dang thing. Triple mobs and spawn times? I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like if they increase the TTK, they might need to also adjust the spawn timers. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe increasing the TTK and keeping the spawn timers at 10 minutes is the way to go. Do you have enough to charge in PvP? Not wanting to get you off on a tangent. To charge? What do you mean to charge? I'm not going to be playing PvP, so I'm not going to go on a long rant like I do often with PvP. My son got in trouble for killing AFK campers. Nice. Nice. I mean, you're on a PvP server. That's how I look at that. That's why I don't want to play PvP, because you're on a PvP server. How do I know you're AFK or not? Right? You're sitting down meditating. I'm not allowed to go up and kill you? So if you do the play nice policy on that, how does that work? We get to send them a tell? Hey, are you there? Yes, I am here. Can we engage in PvP? No, I don't want to right now. Like, what? I feel bad for the PvPers with the play nice policy inserted on their server. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to have a play nice policy without pick zones instance that spin up when zones get full because the lack of resources will 100% lead to player conflict. Yep. They want player conflict, though. That's what they said. My favorite hope for post-EQ game was Vanguard, and they had a single free-for-all PvP server. And after enough complaints, the GMs made the message today. You signed up for this. Do not expect any assistance for GMs for PvP matters. Yeah. And that's exactly when people start to quit the game. You could kill your own guild master and steal their gold. Nice. You're not supposed to attack anyone medding right now? Is that what it says in the play nice policy? I did not read that part. Where is that at in the play nice policy? Because that is so abusable. What is this? From 2 o'clock today, what is this? Come on, guys. I'm not reading all of this, but I skimmed enough to get the gist. Our goal is 100% to try and get as many people trading in person as our little design brains can muster. Wow. We've been saying this since day one. We've discussed this feature for years now and being something to facilitate that. We want to see all of the stalls full of different unique traders. We want to see pack animals lugging people's items back to town to sell for adventures. We love to see unique shots. Oh my God. All of that said, if none of this ever clicks and our system never helps that behavior to appear, then we'll look at some other useful feedback, fallback options. This is why I keep saying that Sean's getting irritated, guys. He's getting irritated. Clearly getting irritated. Anyway, let's go up to what we were looking for. The announcements. No. News? No. PvP discussion? Ah, here we go. So it's in here somewhere? He just quit and went back to the non-PvP side? Yeah. I mean, he watches my stream sometimes. Just let me play. He does watch my stream. I think he just laughs off the things that I say as like, well, that's not going to happen to us. And then like several months later it does. And I'm just like, I told you so. Like, it's happened more times than I wish to count. Also to your comment, that's how you lose customers. The game died, but not from PvP stance. It was lack of in-game content at release. Yeah, that's lack of in-game content absolutely killed it. So you can't, so hang on. We're looking for meditate, right? You can't, where's the find key? Find on page. Am I spelling it wrong? Meditation. Yeah, meditation isn't, meditate isn't even a word that's used here. Like, if they say that you can't kill somebody while that's meditating, you know how abusable that is? Like, I could be running, and then somebody starts to attack me, and I just sit down and go, oh, I'm meditating. Can't kill me. I'm meditating. It's so abusable. Like, you see somebody coming, so you just sit down? Yeah, you just randomly sit and be like, nope, can't fight me. I'm meditating. Way too abusable. Oh, shoot. My speed of the wild wore off. The only PvP rules that were universal in EQ was no corpse camping. That, I think, should absolutely be a rule in this. No corpse camping. If you kill somebody, if they're going back to get their corpse, you know, let them get their corpse, let them loot their corpse, and move on. Like, you can't just sit there and camp their corpse. Absolutely should be a rule in the PvP server, because that is going to be griefed so hard. People will do that. Yeah, that's going to be bad. Then if someone just waiting for you to get up, you log. Exactly. Yeah, just log out. Just log out. Got to go raid, but thank you for the fun stream. Good topics, conversation. Yeah. Take care, Coors. Have a good one, buddy. We'll see you next time. Is it Coors or Coors? I've heard it both ways. I always pronounced it Coors. But then I started hearing people, as I got older, pronounce it Coors. And I was like, I mean, I guess technically it is Coors. Coors Light. What's going on, Irihini? How are you? Spirit of the Warthog. Yeah. No game will ever scratch the PvE itch Asheron's Call used to fill. Yeah, you like Asheron's Call? I still say that as far as PvP is concerned, Dark Age of Camelot was probably peak old school PvP. You can call it whatever you want, basically. It was a meme name from a stream, and my original name was Semi-Doxing, so the change was overdue. Nice. Nice. I'll take it. My dad used to drink Coors Light. I think he drank that and then Miller Lite, and he's gone back and forth between the two. And like, my dad's a very political person. And I want to say that it depends on what is currently following his political beliefs. That is, that's the company he buys beer from. Which I guess is, you know, so it's a way to do it for sure. You're fine. Waiting for 2 more deep dives. Yeah, I can't wait for to have more deep dives for sure. Definitely could use some more deep dives. Silver bullet. There you go. That's easier way to do it. What's comical is one of my hobbies are craft beers, high-end wines, whiskeys. I haven't drank a Coors in 15 plus years. Dude, I haven't had a Coors in, like you're saying, 15 or more years. I'm pretty sure that was never my go-to drink. Even when I went out with friends, like we would get Yingling was one of our cheap beers that we would get. PBR, I hated PBR. I never drank it, but PBR was one of the other big ones that my friends drank. Bud Light was a pretty big staple for one of the cheaper ones. But Yingling was always my go-to. I love Yingling. Like it's a good beer. Yingling was great. You must have grown up around Pennsylvania, Indiana. I did not. I grew up in Georgia. Like the North Atlanta area. Yingling is my favorite cheap beer by far. Scotch, cognac, and brandy. I can't drink any of those. Interesting. They distributed it to Georgia, but not New England. Yeah, we definitely had it in Georgia. Yingling was. I drink a lot of Sweetwater though. Sweetwater was they're based out of Georgia, out of Atlanta, so we drank a lot of Sweetwater as our local. I wouldn't call it a microbrew. Maybe it was a microbrew originally. I don't know. What was Sweetwater considered? Yeah, I think it was a craft brewery. I don't think it was ever considered micro. I think they just kind of... I mean, maybe at one point they were. But Yingling is A+ cookout beer. You don't get too drunk too fast. Yeah, Yingling it's a great beer. I still drink it today. If Yingling is on tap, I'll still get a Yingling. If I drink... I don't really drink beer anymore, but if I did, a Yingling would definitely be one of my top choices. Draft is night and day. Oh, dude, I love me a good Guinness. Whew. I was actually just talking about that the other day. Guinness can keep its can with a little plastic ball giving me on tap. Oh, yeah. Guinness on tap it's completely different. You know, I'm still mad at myself. I went to Ireland many years ago now. Like 10 plus, like 12 years ago or something. And the one thing that I wanted to do and didn't do in Ireland is go to the Guinness brewery. And the reason I didn't go, I'm actually really upset about now. And it was because we went, it was my ex-wife and I, and then another couple went. We didn't go because the other couple, my wife's friend, did not feel well. She was kind of sick. So she didn't want to go to the brewery. So we decided to not go to the brewery and just hang out with them outside of that, which was nice of us to do. Come to find out, she was pregnant the whole time. And that's why she wasn't feeling well. But, yeah. Anyway. I'm now upset with it because it was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing for me. I'm probably never going to make it back to Ireland. I mean, I could. It's not like I couldn't go there, but... Have you gotten to 57 fully solo? So, mostly solo, yes. I started out solo. I played in a group to level 8, I think. I got in a crocodile group, when I was like level 2 and 2 or 3. And I stayed in that group and literally got to level 8 in a couple hours. And then from 8 all the way up, I've been soloing, yes. To prove a point. That has been proven at this point. At the Crocs, because it's always contested. I was at the Crocs. Yeah, the hatchlings. Yeah, my goal is to get this character to level 60 completely solo. I was going to try to do it in under 200 hours, which technically I'm on pace for. But I don't know. I haven't really been focusing and paying too much attention, to be honest. So I could have probably done it faster. Just started playing level 9 Shaman. Could not imagine doing it alone. Shaman isn't the best soloer. They're okay at soloing, but yeah, they're not great. If you didn't do enchanting, you could have done it 140 hours easily. Well, that's true. I did spend a lot of time disenchanting, like a crazy amount of time disenchanting. And I spent there, like I stayed there when mobs were like light blue to me for several levels. So yeah, I probably could have still done it faster. Which just goes to show how quickly you can level up in this game. With the right solo classes. Your highest is only 6? What? What level can I farm those DE mats? 1, technically. Ah. Golly, dude. Stop stunning me. What the heck? Chain stuns. My goodness. Like 1 stun is enough. I don't need 3 back to back. The island. Oh, the island that I went to. If you're in a group, you could start doing that island around the high 30s, depending on what class you are and what your group makeup is, etc. But the mobs on the island are level 40 during the day and 41 at night. So depending on you, it just you and what you think you can kill. I was solo quad kiting it as early as level 40. We'll say 40. I was able to solo quad kite it. But it was tedious to do at level 40. And I went back around 43. And I was able to do it much easier starting at 43. And I stayed there from 43 to 52, I think. I literally stayed there for 9 levels, maybe 10 levels. And it was shockingly good XP, even into the 50s. What zone? It's in Shallow Shoals. It's one of the islands in Shallow Shoals. Oh, that snake did not take all the damage. You have to try to find it. So if you go from Night Harbor, I'll tell you an easy way to find it. Go from Night Harbor, get on the boat, take the boat to the very first stop, the first dock that it stops at. Get off the boat, and you'll be facing the dock this way. If you make a 180-degree turn and then look slightly to your left, that's the island. You'll see it from that dock. So I guess don't make a 180-degree turn. Make a 160-degree turn to your right. If you're on the dock facing into the island that you get off on. 160-degree turn to your right. And you'll be facing the island. I want to get to level 58 before I end the stream today. But I'm also getting kind of hungry. I don't know if I can do it in an hour. I probably could do it in an hour. Oh, shoot. I got to sit down. I'm not meditating. What a dum-dum. What a dum-dum. Dum-dum need more gum-gum? I'm out of water. That's not good. Could not root the strikers and Unity Pool. Level 23, Druid on the playtest. Where should you go to solo? Yeah, you can go to Keeper's Bite. You could also do... No, those are too high. I would go to Keeper's Bite. Beetles near the Dusty Skeletons are around. Yeah, there you go. Beetles near the Dusty Skeletons are pretty solid for that level. And you're a druid, so you could charm them if you wanted to. Got a guy rolling in on me. There's been a couple people that have come down here today. Nobody's bothered me today, shockingly. Like, surprisingly, nobody's come down here and like tried to steal the camp or anything. Some of the places you say you've never been to? Like what? In the game? You're talking about like just places in the game? I've been to a lot of places in this game. Been all over the dang place. Just gotta hope that Chanter doesn't roll in and root 7 mobs and charm 1, fight 1 at a time. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Yeah, that person from yesterday, actually, I didn't talk about it earlier because it doesn't need to be rehashed, but since you brought it up, I literally got to tell the second I logged in this morning. Literally logged in and got a message. about what happened yesterday. I was like, it's over. It's done with. We're all moving on. So. Still trying out characters. I haven't ventured far from Night Harbor. Yeah. That's what I say people should do in this test. Just play different characters. Figure out what you like. There's no reason to go hard into it. Absolutely no reason to go hard into it. There are people that are going hard into it, and they're running out of things to do, and they're hating on each other for, like, there's getting into some conflicts with each other about camps and all sorts of stuff. But there's no reason to do all that. I mean, I'm doing it, but I'm doing it for content creation. Drama's not worth it. Yeah, the drama's not really worth it. It's really not. My guild did decide to start trying to do some of the raids, though, so I'm gonna start showing up to those if they want to do them. Like I'm the tank for, or well, one of the tanks for the guild. So have a good day. You're gonna go eat. Take care. You're gonna play Camelot Unchained. Did that game actually release? Like, what's going on with that? I thought that game was delayed indefinitely. Whoops. The NDA ended on the 1st? Oh, nice. I really thought that game was just going to be delayed forever. Thought it was going to turn into another Pantheon situation. It's early access on Steam now, is it? How much is it? Out of curiosity. Where's my Steam? Sorry about that. $9.99. Really? $10? Can anybody play for $10? I mean, it looks pretty old school. Yeah, the game doesn't look bad. But I don't know if I have any faith in it. But it's a PvP, you know, it's like Dark Age of Camelot. It's going to be probably realm. Is it realm versus realm PvP? Is that what they're doing with it? I guess we can get rid of that. And worrisome GM Elf Court implementation. PvP rule sets are not, however, excessive corpse camping, stalking, or training is considered harassment. Excessive corpse camping. Does this mean excessive stalking or excessive training? What constitutes as excessive will be up to GM discretion. That sounds like a problem waiting to happen right there. Players tracking the movements of other players with the intent to continue a PvP engagement is not considered harassment. Doing so after normal PvP concludes, especially in succession, will be considered harassment if the other players are trying to move on. I mean, doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of PvP? I want to kill that person. So when you kill them, you can't go and kill them again later on? Like, I can't be like, hey, does anybody seen this person? And somebody else says, yeah, they're over here in this area. I can't go kill them? I don't know. I think the whole thing is going to be ridiculous. What is the pay rate for a GM in this game? $0 currently. I have no idea what it's going to be when the game goes in early access. I don't imagine much. I mean, if it's more than like $20 an hour, I would be shocked. Selfishly wish they wouldn't waste time and resources or brain cells in PvP. I mean, I agree, but whatever. They're going to do it. You know, there's a lot of battles that I fight. I'm done trying to fight the PvP battle. I'm just going to tell people, good luck. If you go to PvP, good luck. It's going to be a poop show. I don't care how many ways that they try to, you know, do play nice policy and all that. Like, it's going to be a disaster. Like, I actually feel for the devs in that one. That's what I tell them. Yeah, it's going to be such a disaster. Like, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not even going to fight for you. Like, I'll fight for a lot of things in this game. I'll fight for a lot of stuff. But yeah. I'm not even going to attempt to fight for PvP. You know, I will say that XP feels like it's slowing down for sure. What do you think of good trade skills for Druid leatherworking? Leatherworking is good because you'll be able to make some base gear. But none of those trade skills are really worth doing, in my opinion. Jewel crafting is better. Alchemy is better. And enchanting is better. But you can have all the trades. You can level up at like all of them if you want to. It doesn't matter. Just thinking minor skill, really, in the beginning. Oh, in the beginning for the minor skill? Are you planning to level up a specific trade skill? If you are planning to level a specific trade skill, choose that one. But if if you want to have the best trade skill to level with, I would go either alchemy or enchanting. Those are very, very slow to level. Very slow to level. So I would choose one of those. The other ones are a lot easier to level. Would you suggest the herbalist if we go alchemy? So you could go herbalism, but herbalism isn't hard to level. It's just finding the nodes. So I would choose alchemy as your trade skill, because you're going to get a bonus to its speed, how quickly it actually levels. And then herbalism, you can just go and grab a sickle and start doing herbalism. Which harvesting node is the most difficult to find or level? I don't really know. I think the most annoying one is the Gattle Vine, because it's underwater. It's really annoying. So the enchanter class is the only class that can enchant items? No. Anybody can enchant. It's just a trade skill. Enchanter can enchant bars just by using a spell. They still need the component, however. So they would still need the dust, but they can just cast a spell and enchant something. But the enchanter skill is a trade skill. I have a hard time with herbalism nodes. Yeah, the most annoying one for me is the Gattle Vine, the one that's underwater. They're just hard to see. It's very hard to see. Official, what is this? Spring update. Who else is excited? Has to be coming soon. Summer officially starts on the 21st. Oh my god. People are crazy. Crazy people. That Pantheon update, man. Spring update. Spring is coming up, or spring is ending soon. A couple of weeks. They're probably going to put it out like the day before spring ends. Be like, see? See? It's spring. And the next day will be summer. Oh man, is that bat stuck up there? What the heck? Oh, did it come down? It broke free! Nobody's gonna play any of these games in November? ETA is releasing? What's ETA? Estimated time of arrival is releasing? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, GTA. I'm pretty sure that the GTA audience and the Monsters and Memories audience are very different. they're a drastically different audience. So I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. I mean, will there be some people that will play both? Sure. But yeah, I don't think this game has anything to worry about as far as losing subs and players to Grand Theft Auto. How much longer are you grinding? I'm going to try to get to 58. Then I'll probably take a break. I'm going to try to do that by 5 o'clock, so another 40 minutes. I should be able to. Then I'm probably going to take a break. I'll probably keep playing, but I'm going to probably turn off the stream and zone out, maybe watch a TV show. Looks like we're having tacos for dinner tonight. Taco burrito. Oh shoot, did that not fire off? Oh, what the heck? I thought that, oh my gosh, dude. I thought I aggroed that, but I guess I didn't. 16 minutes. Uh-oh. I don't think I'm going to make it. I might have to get one more Speed of the Wild. Yeah, Talika, I don't think very many people that are playing Monsters and Memories or any of these old school games really care that much about Grand Theft Auto. Like, people might go play it, just like Path of Exile, right? Just like Path of Exile 2. They're going to go play it, but they're going to maintain... They'll maintain their sub to whatever game they're in for this, I think. It's going to be built like an MMO. Okay. Good luck with that. They're very, 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 very different. Very different games. With mostly very different audiences. Well, let's see. We're only gonna be able to do one more quad pull before I got to get Sal. I'm gonna need at least 3 more pulls before I get to my level. So. Probably more like 4 pulls to actually get the level. Oh, look at that. Got a free Sal. Thanks. God bless. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Few more. Like 3 more of those. How you doing today? I'm doing well. I'm actually going to go use the restroom real quick. Be right back. And we'll do another couple of quad kites. Be right back. 1 minute. Alrighty. Let's get a couple more. We're going to hit this 58. And I think I'm going to call it for the stream for today once we hit level 58. I got to figure out making some tacos for dinner. I got to figure out if we're making tacos or getting tacos. I'm guessing we're making tacos. I refuse to pay $20 for a quesadilla. I mean, yeah. They're expensive, man. Like, everything's just so expensive these days. It's crazy. I don't know what the plan is in the future, because if prices keep going up the way they have been, we're not going to be able to afford to live. I mean, unless pay rate keeps going up, which I feel like pay has gone up significantly over the past like 5 to 10 years. It's probably the reason that prices have gone up so much over the past 5 to 10 years. The whole thing. I feel like pay has gone up for sure. I mean, it feels like average people are now making over $100,000 a year, and it's like, should you be making that? I definitely feel like the price of goods has gone up faster than pay has. No, not in step with no. It's not together. I don't think they've gone up equally. No. But I feel like pay has gone up substantially. But the cost of goods has gone up much faster, for sure. Like, I don't understand how, like, some of these people are making what they're making. I'm like, what? Why do you make what you make? That makes no sense. $100K a year today is roughly equal to $25K a year in 1980. Yeah. It's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, you know, it's easy. There's a lot of people. I mean, back when I was younger, making six figures was like Holy moly, you're making 6 figures? But now it's just like commonplace. It's freaking common. It's nuts. I actually read something yesterday that a Trader Joe's manager, like store manager of a Trader Joe's, makes like 130 grand a year or something, without any type of college degree or anything like that. They just make 100+ grand a year. And I'm like, man, that's just, I don't know. Buc-ee's managers make that. Yeah, Buc-ee's managers, they probably make a good amount too. That's crazy. And it's like, what are your qualifications to become a Buc-ee's or a Trader Joe's manager? They hire within, so you could literally just go like cashier to like, and just work your way up. And in 10 years, if you get lucky and they open a store or whatever, you can become a manager making 100+ grand a year. Like, I feel like that's nuts. I don't know. Some West Coast areas, if you make under 120, 130 a year, you're living in poverty. Yeah, absolutely. You have to like beavers. I mean, I think beavers are cool animals. I don't like them that much. But yeah, I mean, like you're saying, Italica, you know, if you live out in on the West Coast, you can't live off of 100 grand a year. It's nuts. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what's going on, man. We can't continue to have prices increase this much and pay to continue to increase this much to pay for those prices. That can't just keep going like that. Like, if we keep going in the direction we're going, we're never going to catch up to how much things cost. And at the same time, we're just going to be paying people a ton more money. And it's just going to further create that gap that, you know, people that don't make any money, and then like you're either like you're not going to have any jobs that are just like, you know, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a year jobs. Like, those jobs are basically, you may as well not even work. Like, you're not going to be able to afford anything. Like, if you're not making 100+, yeah. Then they want minimum wage to be 25. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I feel like trying to increase minimum wage is gonna just increase the inflation faster. I don't know. It's just all crazy to me. In order to equal the buying power of minimum wage, 1980 federal minimum wage today would have to be $50 an hour. Yeah, it's nuts. That's crazy, man. Yeah, minimum wage hasn't moved in what? Like decades? Well, I guess it went up to what, $7.50 or something not too long ago, but it was still $7.50. Holy moly. Can anybody live off of $7.50 anywhere in the US? Oh my goodness gracious. Something's got to give, but not sure what can. Yeah, something's got to give eventually. Like, something has to pop. Either like the housing market's going to have to come down, The groceries are going to have to come down. Gas is going to have to come down. Pay is going to have to come up. More jobs are going to have to be created with that higher pay. Like something somewhere along the lines. Some form of redistribution of wealth has to happen. It's going to suck no matter how it happens. The trend can't continue. Yeah. Some sort of redistribution of wealth. Yeah, it's going to have to. I don't know what's going to happen, man. Like I feel for people that are stuck in those situations. I mean, I'm kind of stuck in those situations right now. Like I don't make much money at all at the moment. But yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. Like to rent a house, it's you have to have 3 times the income to rent a house these days. And houses that 10 years ago you could buy for less than $1,500 a month are now $2,500, $3,000 a month to rent. And you have to be making 3 times the salary. Like, that's nuts. Just bonkers. I find it funny, like there's people in my neighborhood that complain. They're like, oh my God, there's more renters in the neighborhood. And I'm like, based on mortgage rates, based on renting and all that kind of stuff, I bet you the renters probably have more money on average than the homeowners do. The only difference is the homeowners are more willing to take care of the house. That's the really the only difference. But money-wise, the renters, they have to make way more money. Might be a tax on robot AI transactions in the future to help pay for... Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Wish you bought a house prior to 2019. I was very lucky. I bought a house in like 2010-ish. So like right at the housing bubble when it burst and the houses were super cheap, that's when I bought a house. And then I sold that house, and then I moved and bought another house, and then I sold that house, and the entire time it just kept getting, like, everything kept getting more expensive all the way through. So I got very lucky with that. But yeah, still rough today. I'm renting now, so yeah, I don't know how new people are doing it. No such thing as a starter home anymore unless you want to buy an unmaintained piece of crap. Yeah. Or a new construction. Yep. I agree. At least not nearly as easy to get out of school. Yeah. I agree, man. It's rough. Rough world we live in. Hey, what's going on, Don? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. You have to find a starter. I missed the early 60s split levels. Yeah, I was reading something the other day about houses, and it's not just that. Like, our perspective of starter homes has gone up, too. Like, back in the 70s and 80s, the starter home was like 1,000 square feet. You wouldn't catch most families wanting to get a starter home at 1,000 square feet. I mean, 2,000 square feet is too small for most of these families these days. And I think that's part of the problem as well. Is it's not just that we're not able to find starter homes. It's that starter homes just don't exist. They don't make, 3-bedroom, 1,000 square feet homes anymore. Like, everything these days is bigger. And if you're not living in a, 2,000 plus square foot home, people are like, it's small. Well, is it really though? I don't know that it's small. Left your apartment after they raised the rates. Owners sold it, went back to mom's and decided use that money to renovate, remodel the house instead. Figure is better. I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of people are kind of moving back in with their parents, because a lot of parents have houses that are paid for. And they're like, well, might as well just move in here and make it a family home and also take care of my parents at the same time, And then when the parent passes, you just take the house over and just inherit the house. It's almost better to do that way these days. It's bigger than a coffin. Yeah. Think we need a move back to the extended families. It makes a lot of sense now. Oh yeah. It definitely makes sense. Everyone's getting relocated into mega metropolises in 2050. Government corporations will take the rest. They might. Hey, look at that. I leveled up. Woohoo! Level 58. We did it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm a big boy. We're going to swap out this for this, so we can use Mantle of Lava now. So we got 1,050 damage per nuke instead of 675 damage per nuke. That's a lot more damage. I don't think I got any other new spells. I think that was it. I can't think of anything else that I got at that level. I'll have to look. But, yeah. Anyway, I think I'm going to stop there with the stream for today. I'll be back on here tomorrow. We'll be doing the same thing probably. Maybe it'll speed up my XP over here. I don't know. But, yeah, we'll be doing some more of this tomorrow. And hopefully get to 60 by the weekend. That's my goal, is to try to get 60 by sometime Friday or Saturday. And then we'll, see what happens after that. Anyway, thank you so much for being here today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. And hopefully I see you all next time. Bye.